truly horrifying. Truly, truly horrifying. If that isn't a reason to play DF, I don't know what is. Oh dear. That is brilliant. That's pretty fucking metal. Like, biting him in the eye. Alright, now the siege is over. Now the siege is over. Alright, so that must be the last of them. Alright, let's jump over to the... I do have some offenses on the crimes, but that's mostly because of me missing... It's mostly because of me missing orders. So let's dump body parts. And clean up corpses. But alright. Bunch of the bodies get cleaned up. Trying to keep this place as clean as possible. Alright. So, let's go to the stairs and head down. See how deep we go currently. Needs melt designated item, eh? Right, well, so there's currently a little bit of water in this. That is kind of my own fault, really. So we need to go around this. So I think we... There's kind of that one open tile there. Looks like if I go here, we should be good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to build a new down staircase that the dwarves can use. So how's everybody's weekend been so far? Slow start to the stream. It's very lurky. Any kind of conversations are helpful and nice. So yeah, I hope your guys' weekend has been good so far. I've got plans for a pretty long stream, but Saturday streams are always quiet at the starts, so. Terraforming Mars? How is that? Like the the physical board game? Really? I've been hit with a seasonal wave of energy. That's unfortunate though. Seasonal I get that real bad in the spring usually. Is that part of why you deleted all of your Instagram accounts? Maybe. I mean, I'm just detecting a pattern here. Facebook scandals. I mean, I personally feel like the only way to actually make a relevant change in the social media market is by simply refusing to use crappy platforms. And I know that there's a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, no, like, keep using these crappy platforms because everybody does. So like, what's it really going to change by just not using these platforms? It's like, well, it does put pressure on them. Is it earring or just rings? Earrings. We have plenty of food, so I don't know why you're unable to find food. And we don't have enough meltable objects right now, so I'm just going to remove those. The digital version? Ah, I gotcha. Gotcha. Playing with your friend? Well, that's always nice. I started watching the third season of a You know those guilty pleasure shows where you're like, I realize that this show isn't very good, but I absolutely adore it for some stupid fucking reason? I absolutely love the show You on Netflix. It's kind of chick flicky, putting it mildly, but it has some of the best inner monologue of a psychopath since Dexter. It's got just the whole show has got a very, very, very good inner monologues. YOU. It's just called You, but it's literally like a show about this dude who's an absolute fucking psychopath who is a controlling, crazy person who ends up murdering all of his girlfriends. That's like the elevator pitch for the show. But it goes places, and I kind of like the places where it goes. It does a good job, kind of deconstructing rich white people in the modern society, in our modern society, and I find it entertaining because of that. That and like the main character's inner monologue is very good. It's very good. It's like if Dexter was more of a chick flick, but I don't know. I'm not above watching the occasional chick flick. And so I've been demolishing that show, the most recent season of that show, for the last day and a half. Although there is like a whole episode in the middle there where they go full on, yo, get vaccinated, which I think's fucking funny. It's just like, oh, so fucking references to masks and hand sanitizer are popping up in popular media now. Cool. This is the world we live in. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's a great show. I'll just say that it's kind of a guilty pleasure show, and so I'm very... The nuanced what? Anti-fatal. The nuanced anti-fatal. I read that as nuanced anti-facial. I was like, excuse me? The written portion of this consists of a 23-page essay entitled The Nuanced Anti-Fatal, authored by Dostgasp-Seduce, and it concerns the career change from spinner to pilgrim of the goblin Dostgasp-Seduce in Ancient Fatal. From spinner to... in the year 300, the writing has a hint of viciousness to it. I wonder who that goblin ended up being, because they seem to write a lot of books. A whole lot of books. Giggle Snort? Why don't you, like, rename yourself from Bastet to just Giggle Snort? It would very accurately describe your personality. At least as you describe it to us. Ah, excellent. There's the third cavern. And we found raw adamantine. Where are we digging? That's my question. Oh, stop. You know, we could just dig right through that, actually. We're digging around a tree. I just need to wall this layer in right here. Not even that. Actually, I don't even need to. It's fully walled in with trees. Almost. Almost fully walled in with trees. So I do need to wall this in, but, like, this is, like, pretty... This is pretty safe, actually, for a third cavern entryway. All right, let's put a piece of flooring right there. Let's put a piece of walling right here, and then a piece of walling right here. Then I will build around this. And then nothing theoretically should be able to get in. Seems safe? Yeah. Oh, warm stone located. That's what we wanted. Cool. So now we know approximately where the lava is. We also have access to the third cavern layer now, which is cool. Also, that child that created the artifact earlier, where are you? Who was it that made that artifact earlier? Atir Atistolum. Atir. Because I want to name that dwarf. I don't have an alarm set for 10:30. What? You are going to be historian. The reason this dwarf is historian is because they knew so much to be able to put all of that history into their artifact. So that dwarf is very well versed in our local histories. Could also chop this tree in the middle down. Go through these layers and do everything individually, but seems like a lot of work. So I don't know if I'm going to do that. Instead, we're just going to do this. All right, so where does the lava start? All right, so we're going to dig two out this way and down one. Because I want to see the lava sea. I want to see what we're up against. And I also want to start pumping. So, long-term plan for this fort. So, by the end of this month. And I want to try and end it on Halloween, potentially. Because the 30th and the 31st are days that I will be playing this fort. So, I basically have 5 streams left of this fort. I want to turn it into a warmongering necromancer fort. With a lava moat. So, we've got a little ways to go. What does my Baron want? One more earring. Lots of earrings in this fort. Actually, no. Let's do this sideways here. Well, you're back from meeting. We've discovered the Great Magma Sea. Oh, is that chippy better than the one that you had or something, or? Well, there's our nice adamantine spire. There's a nice adamantine spire, which comes all the way up into here. Oop. Cave blob. Strange shapeless life form with an orange leathery skin containing a liquid interior. It can secrete its internal fluid. Okay, so stuff can get in here. I'm going to chop down this tree. We're going to work our way up and seal this off completely. I'm seeing flaws. I need this tree to get removed. So we've dug down to the cavern layer. It's me, the Cave Blob. Hi, Cave Blob. I'm Dad. How are you? Is almost a cave blob? It's definitely a happy dwarf with beard. What are you talking about? I work here. I'm Cave Blob. Uh-huh. Do you now? Clob for short. Cave Blob. My friends call me Clob. I'm here to clobber you.
This is Sparta!
With my Spartan kicks down giant holes. Speaking of Spartan kicks, thanks for the 300 bits. The $3. Cheers, man. Big thanks. First bits of the day. Do not be alarmed by the were-panda. He's our pet. He just lives in my walls. I don't know what it is with me and were-creatures that live in the walls, but... And weird vampires that live in the walls and all that jazz, but we have one and he lives here. It's fine. It's friendly. Except for once a month where he gets a little screamy. Hopefully he doesn't mind having no food or water or booze or anything. Thanks for the dollar wave depletion. Cheers. But yeah, in regards to seasonal depression, I understand, because I don't get it that bad usually during Halloween and fall, because fall and Halloween are my productive happy times. Does it eat were bamboo? It eats nothing, because it's a goblin, so goblins can't starve to death anyway. But that would be funny. I'm pretty sure it would just eat you, actually. Yeah, it's this person right here. This goblin, Einod Whip King, who's not actually named Einod Whip King. But would be funny if it did eat were bamboo, wouldn't it? All right, so we need to work on other bedrooms, which I started down here. We're going to make all of these bedrooms, and then I'm going to do a cheesy restart of the game, and we are going to bump the population up to 160, I think, and we'll fill her out to 160. And we're going to work on getting that sweet, sweet candy. And then we're also going to be working on pumping. I don't nod, and I'm not a whipping king. Well, whipping king to me just sounds like a whipped cream brand. So maybe, like, his financial success would be better if he was the whip king? Just saying. As currently, I already have more bedrooms than I'm using, but I want the number of bedrooms that we have to be high enough, so that all of these dwarves can be housed, clothed, well slept, well rested, and have a space to store their things, so that we can go and slaughter a lot of goblins. Both of these are very important. Also, if anybody has a resub or a prime sub, pop it now and you get a free hype train out of it. Well, it's obviously not free, but you get an instant hype train. But seriously, guys, thanks for the bits. Goes a long way. Well, it's not the most financially efficient form of support. It's one of the more consistent ways, so cheers. It's probably more efficient than that fucking space heater Bitcoin miner. God, I can't get over that fucking thing. That's such a strange product. All right. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually seen bamboo in Dwarf Fortress Soap. And I've never actually seen an actual panda. I've only ever seen were pandas. It's like the bamboo is just so rare that the pandas all just go extinct. Certainly seems to have something to do with it. So I could probably just deconstruct these two, because these are both were creature related, or not were creature, forgotten beast related. Yeah. But I'm keeping them there for right now, in case we need to use them for something else. But thanks for the $4, guys. Cheers. All right, the next thing we need to do is I need to unforbid all of this goblin clothing. Because there is be a lot of it. There is be a lot of it. There's about to be a whole lot of hauling of stuff. Although everybody's currently reading books. Which means we certainly don't have any spooky books yet, because I'd be seeing necromancers already. I was wondering if any of those early spots that we went and stole books from would be necromancy books, but no, doesn't seem to be. Doesn't seem to be. And Zulban, the engraver, has given birth to a girl. Actually, quite a lot of kids in this fortress. Actually, quite a lot of kids in this fortress. She dreams of crafting a masterwork. She has an active sense of humor and is slow to anger. Uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently. And generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She lives a fast-paced life, and she does not try to get things done perfectly. She interrupts others during conversations when she is angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Low cheekbones, and her long hair is neatly combed. Her somewhat narrow head is tall, and her eyebrows are slightly low. Her eyes are heliotrope, and her nose is somewhat narrow. Her skin is tan, and her hair is dark tan. Boga? Boga? What's a boga? Is that like a term for baby or something? Autumn has arrived on the calendar. It is a very fall season. Oh, is that what the baby dwarf said? Yeah, I missed that bit. All right, we are going to... The baby dwarf is just trying to inform us all that this is bogus. Bogus. It's 141 layers. How are we doing on materials? 280 iron bars. We're certainly getting there. We are certainly getting there. I'm going to melt all of the items right here. Melt all the metal objects. Good morning, B-Lug. Whoopsies, that's the wrong button. I keep hitting that button. I need to move this closer to my keyboard. I have this hotkey pad that I've had for a bit, so I'm pretty good at like hitting the hotkeys. But like if it moves slightly on my desk to the left or the right, hit all of the wrong hotkeys. But well, I hope that you're doing well, B-Lug. Doing great. Good to hear, man. Hope you got some sleep after the long work week. Beware of chicken? Never heard of it. What's it about? I do actually want to turn my squads on. all of these dwarves that are just here training are going to be the ones that save us. Hopefully. Was able to get a Steam sale event? No, I didn't. Although, if this happened in the past few days or happened on Twitter, then I wouldn't know about it. But no, and they didn't tell me anything about that, so I don't even see it recommended on Steam. Maybe it's because I already own all of them? I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the front page of Steam and I don't see it at all. I mean, it's fine that it's there, but I don't see it promoted to me at all. And wouldn't I be like the chart? Like this is my Steam right now. Like I don't see it anywhere here, which would mean that I'm not in the algorithm for it. And wouldn't I be like the target audience for that? I don't know. Like even looking at the traditional roguelike tag, I don't see it in here. It's promoted in the conference? I mean, it's not being promoted at all, is what I'm trying to say. But I believe it. It's unfortunate. Look here, I'll restart Steam. Maybe it's part of an update. I'm just saying that it's like most of the proper roguelike stuff on Steam, in which is easiest described as buried. Completely and totally and utterly fucking buried. Yeah, I get a weekend deal about Torchlight and Halo. Oh, okay, never mind. There's actually an image there in this. Still doing a terrible job promoting it, though. It's like the 5th thing. It's nice to see, but you have it. It wasn't even in my special offers section. That's why I'm like annoyed. But that's good to see. It's weird that Jupiter Hell isn't in here anywhere. Why the fuck is Into the Breach here? What? Oh, friends of the show. I see. Okay. Cool. Good for them. Also, the dwarves have arrived. I still say that that Steam is doing an excellent job completely burying it, though. So, that part kind of sucks. Dwarves have arrived to trade. And the outpost liaison, Doran, has arrived. Hopefully isn't too pissed about me for kind of locking him in our basement for a bit. I like that I've got mushrooms growing up here now. It's kind of awesome, actually. It's kind of awesome that we have mushrooms growing. All right, we need to sell some things. I think we're just going to sell meals. I don't really... Prepared crocodile eye? Really? Is that all that we have? We got plenty of drinks. I'm not sure how I ended up with louse ichor. Sell all the toys. I've got stuff toy axes are prohibited. All right, so just make sure I don't sell any toy axes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm always a little bit annoyed with Steam whenever sales on roguelikes happen, because I'm always amazed at how good Steam is at completely burying niche genres. So, But yeah, it's been a slow start to the stream. It's a quiet morning. It's a Sunday, and I'm competing with Quills, so. I don't actually like ginger beer that much. And I like ginger and I like beer. Don't really like ginger beer. I've had my fair share of ginger beer over the years and I don't really like it. I find it, most ginger beer doesn't end up having a nice flavor to it. A lot of it just kind of hurts. Gotta laugh at this though. B-Lug. This might be one of the best terrible products I've ever seen. Doran says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Do you have any dwarves to recommend for elevation? I think I'm going to wait. Tosid, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Really? You got it in Brave ads? I got it in a Gmail ad. I'd consider buying one if it wasn't like $1,100. Maybe at $400, I would consider it. But $1,100 is a little ridiculous. Also, I mean, that product in and of itself is kind of ridiculous. Let's be honest. All right, bringing up a whole bunch of things to trade. Request trader at depot. What the heck is that liquid? Oh, it's a pool of troll blood. I think I need to make these dwarves some soap. They're covered in blood and weird mucus and things from stuff that we've killed. Alright, so we've got quite a bit of value that we can still use for things. Let's buy a bunch of socks and boots and stuff. Not quite that much. I don't really need some of those more valuable items in there. Ah. Trying a bit much. How about that? If I go down to about there. There you go. Hopefully not too many people go to prison over that. Doesn't look like it. We're good. Didn't accidentally sell some contraband. Don't want to piss them off more than we already have. We kind of failed to trade with the Mountain Home once in this fort, so gotta do our best. But a lot of what we were selling them is goblin clothing. It's a large portion of what we were selling them. If you want to look real quickly in your inventory for contraband, it pops up as purple when you're trading. I know I've had some people comment that they don't know what to look for. It's like, oh, just look for the purple stuff. The purple stuff is contraband. It's the stuff that's not allowed to be sold. So if you just keep an eye out for that stuff, you'll be pretty good. Right, we'll let them continue bringing stuff up there to trade for a little bit. Another dwarf's given birth to a boy. All right, so we need to start digging down to that adamantine. Got to get some candy. Got to get some candy. Make sure that this is all sealed up. Yes, it all is. Good, good, good. All right, so the candy or the adamantine, is over here in this very convenient spot. So we're going to mine over to this. Yeah, I'm going to probably do what I usually do with the roguelike celebration, which is miss all of it and then watch it all as they upload it separately. Or at least watch the talks that I think are seem interesting as they upload it. You might be interested in this, Belag. I'm currently in talks with Dylan White on doing a video, developer of Rift Wizard. So we'll be working on that soon. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. Goblin's Book. It's a very popular one around here. Somebody must have died. All their stuff's getting removed. We're also going to smooth all of this. Good luck, Magna. Meant to do 900, but oh well. 899 it is. Enjoy your lurks, Belag. I mean, I'm just kind of assuming everybody's lurking today based on the number of people that are here. So, enjoy your lurks. All right, let's just get down to this. I just want variety of meats. I also want to start cooking, and I need a lot of meat to start cooking. We don't currently have a lot of meat. So any variety we can get is good. Still bringing a ton of clothing up. Because we did lose a bunch of dwarves in pretty quick succession in this fort, so gotta sell off all their old crap. Food and drink are both good. I basically did a hard cutoff from watching a little bit of anime to absolutely no anime when my ex left me. Anime does nothing but remind me of the bad times. Because I've never actually been particularly into anime. It's never been a genre of film that I particularly enjoy consuming. I've also never particularly enjoyed cartoons. So, no, I haven't watched any good anime lately because I've been going out of my way to not watch anime for the last 2.5 years. I really like true crime documentaries and live action stuff, and those were two things that my ex hated. And the only type of media that my ex wanted to consume ever, outside of me forcing her to watch Star Trek, was anime. So I watched a shit ton of anime for like 9 years. And I probably will never watch anime again. It's just, I don't know. It's not for me. It's not my cup of tea. It's like when people talk about things that remind them of the bad times, it's like, that's just anime for me. It's like, I realize a lot of people love anime, and that's awesome for you, but it's not for me. Granite, I think is what this was made out of. I mean, first off, they won't. Second, I wouldn't watch it. Just because it's based on a thing I like doesn't mean I'll watch it. Oh my god, I actually won something. Damn. Masterwork has been lost because some of the armors and stuff that we're making are getting melted down, which is good. They should be. You watched the Dota anime? Fair enough. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. I mean, the recent things I've watched, which I've talked about both of on here, is I watched Icarus, which is the documentary on the Russian doping scandal, which is absolutely incredible. And I watched, I've been powering. I'm on episode 6 because I watched most of that yesterday. I've been powering through the 3rd season of You, which I still think is a very good show, even though it's like maybe more chick flicky than I normally watch. How's it going? It's going. Oh, it's going. Just chilling like a villain and having a pretty good time doing it, I think. Mildly annoyed about how many trees are growing in my evil lair here. But we need to dig down a few more layers, so I think that's probably next order of business is digging down. Oh, we got ourselves another mood. Salon, the engraver's been taken by a mood. And they claimed a Dwarf shop, of course, because they're very uncreative. And you're going to go dig out that channel so we can cut down that goddamn tree. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel bad when I end up talking about anime, because just about everything everything about anime just annoys me these days. So I kind of feel bad when people ask me to talk about anime, because I know how much some people love it. I have no idea what you're talking about, Cobra Commander. I can't read subtitles, and I hate dub, so no, I haven't seen Squid Game. Also, I probably wouldn't enjoy Squid Game if I did watch it, because I am sick and tired and bored and fucking exhausted with that style of murder game. I've read, like, back when I did watch a lot of anime and read a lot of manga, I've read like 3 or 4 different ones of those, including the original Battle Royale. I've seen the original movie, and I've read the Battle Royale book. And frankly, I'm so fucking tired and bored of like murder games. It's like, I don't know, it's a trope I don't want to watch anymore. Do something new, please. I've also, like, watched Let's Plays of Danganronpa and stuff like that, so it's like, come on, like, just do something that doesn't involve teenagers murdering each other. So, no real interest in Squid Game. I'm sure that show's brilliant, but no real interest. What the fuck is this? Well, it's definitely a haunted biome. Look at all these creepy crawlers. But I'd really like to know what you mean by that, Cobra Commander. I'd really like to know. I would like to know what you mean, because you came in and said, has Blind IRL slept, or is he still acting like a baby? And I'm asking you what you mean by that. That's what I'd like to know. What exactly do you mean by that? I mean, I know that I can't watch it. It's the same reason I can't watch Dark, Glender. A lot of people asked me to watch Dark, and I tried to watch 30 minutes of it, couldn't keep up with the subtitles because of my eyes, and then started watching the dub for about 15 minutes, and the lip syncing was so annoying I stopped watching. And I know it would be the same with Squid Game, because I can't keep up with subtitles. My eyes are too shit. I mean, Cobra Commander, like, let me just tell you this pretty bluntly, right? If you think I act like a baby, go find a different stream to watch. It's cool, but I don't need that, really. I get depressed and I have shitty days. I am not a perfect person. I have issues that I deal with, and you coming in and just saying is blind acting like a baby is not entirely appreciated. So fuck you, I guess. Yeah, fuck you. Solon has begun a mysterious construction with 3 pieces of slate, lead bars, cassowary leather, lead bars, cave spider silk cloth, rough yellow cespertines, cassowary leather, and cassowary bone. And I got dwarves melting objects again. How are we doing on iron? That's what we need. We need like 500 iron to actually do what I want to do. We're getting there though. We're at 305 iron. How's this steel doing? 19 or 17 steel. Yeah, I mean, I would love to watch Dark. My little sister, like, I fucking caved on Dark because so many people were telling me how cool Dark is, and telling me to watch it on repeat. So I actually sat down and read the Wikipedia page. It sounds like a fucking awesome show. Like, it really, really, really does. It's just, I can't understand German well enough to follow it. I can understand some German, but I can't understand it enough. And I can keep up with subtitles, but in shows where people argue, and there's like multiple lines of dialogue, it's like I have to pause constantly. It's a problem I had back when I watched a lot of anime, so we always ended up watching dub because like I can't read. I can either read subtitles or I can watch the show, and those are like my options. And even then, half the time I can't catch all the subtitles because I can't read fast enough. So it's just not really a pleasant viewing experience, which sucks because there's a lot of like foreign movies and stuff that I would love to watch. There really is. Am I still doing the 100,000 year fortress? I'm not doing a 100,000 year fortress, but I am doing a 1,000 year fortress. Yes, I'm still doing it, but I do seasonal fortresses once or twice a year to kind of break it up, and so we're doing a Halloween fortress. I did do a stream of Long Death last week, although I was doing other things because I just came back from my vacation and Jupiter Hell updated. But yeah, no, still doing about 3 streams a week. 3 streams a week of Long Death. Giving some people who are watching the VODs chance to catch up, I suppose. But yes, absolutely. You don't like English dub? Yeah, like I'm fine with English dub for like animated shows, but live action stuff, no. That shit's just weird. That shit's just weird. So I don't know. I've just kind of accepted that for certain things. I just won't watch it. That's okay. It was more of a long weekend than a vacation. I know that a lot of people say that it wasn't long enough, or like to say it's not long enough. What, a 100,000 year fort? I mean, I don't think I could live long enough to do that. I think I would die IRL if I did that. Solon, the engraver, has maybe like some sort of automated thing. I don't know, but I wouldn't do that. The 1,000 one has taken its toll already. Solon, the engraver, has created Bambool, Gutted, a slate, Bruit, oh, it must be an instrument, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Cotton Stir Handles. I have a question, though. Can you play it? You know a bunch of poetry. You're not much of a musician, okay. So what is that? It's worth 43,200 and it's probably heavy as hell because it's made almost entirely of lead. I'm just gonna zoom out one. This is a slate Brut. All Crastar ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular slate clavichons and studded with lead, and encircled with bands of lead. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cassowary bone. On the item is an image of 2 Dung's puzzles experiments in slate. On the item is an image of perfect stilled the diorite mug in slate with On the item is an image of goblins and dwarves in cassowary leather. The goblins are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack on the corridor of control at the Rag of Suns and at Book Squash by the Merged Jackal in the early winter of 557. After we started the fort, interesting. During Etosup, Pass, the Siege of Smokes. On the item is an image of Tosid lead busts, the dwarves in Cave Spider Silk. Tosid lead busts is surrounded by dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of Tosid, to the position of Baroness of the Rag of Suns in the year 434, not 354. What? On the item is an image of bitter orange trees in Cespertine. On the item is an image of square, brilliant cut gems in cassowary leather. The Bruit is a tiny handheld wind instrument made of lead, very healthy, consisting of 8 adjacent conical ceramic pipes. The musician blows across the hole on the side of each pipe. The instrument has a 3-octave range, going from a mid to high pitch to extremely high pitch. At all pitches, the instrument has a fluid timbre. It has 2 registers, and a low register has a liquid, rich timbre. The high register begins at a very high pitch and is has a full strained timbre. Dwarf Fortress rarely updated? What do you mean by rarely updated? I mean, Dwarf Fortress will get an update, and then 6 months later it'll get another update, and then a year and a half later it'll get another update, and then it'll get 10 updates in 2 weeks, and then 6 months later it'll get an update. I mean, it gets updates. I wouldn't say rarely updated. I think by modern expectations of an indie game, it's slow, for sure, but it gets updates. It's been a while since well, actually, that's not totally true. The last update we got was, February this year? I think. Was the last version update? It was February? But yeah, no, DF is updated when the updates are ready, and sometimes the updates take a while. Was it January? I'd believe you if you said it was January, but that Kipo makes me wonder. Ah, well. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where it has more than enough content that doesn't really matter how often it gets updated. So do you come from the realms of YouTube? Caption? Because you knew about Long Death, and you only just followed the stream, so I'm kind of curious. All right, let's mine carefully into this adamantine. It was almost February? So, like, okay, so in my brain it was February, but I will believe you. Sorry, the Kipo makes me distrust everything that you're saying. Is a machine? Well, it's a simulation more than it's a game, but yeah, I tend to agree. It's an engine. So this is how you mine adamantine safely. You take a look. You gotta look before you mine. But once you can see it, you can mine. Smoothing and then carving fortifications lets you see through rocks. So you can see the other side of the rock. You can see what's coming. It's a pretty good way of keeping an eye ahead. No, it's fine. It's like I got no issue with you using Kipo. Just that's one of those emotes that like indicates a sarcastic tone. So when I'm like, it came out in February, right? And you're like, January 28th, Kipo. I don't know if you're telling it, if you're going, yes, it came out in February, and joking that it came out on the 28th to make me wrong, or if you're like correcting me. Either could be right. I just have no idea. It's like, I'm getting mixed messages here. It's fine, though. That's not true. Caption. I think it was Cupo who said this on his stream. Dwarf Fortress is endless, yes. But if you play a lot of Dwarf Fortress, you will start to see echoes. You will start to see Like, the first time you play it through, it'll seem amazing and incredible. And the next 50 times you play through for it, it'll seem incredible and endless. But you will hit a point with Dwarf Fortress where you kind of get to the end of that endlessness, if that makes any sense. And that's not a bad thing. I think it's actually kind of a good thing that the game isn't completely endless, because it proves that, you know, we're all still human. All right, I need a stockpile for adamantine, raw adamantine. So we need to go into... Why am I blanking on where to get this? Stone. It's in other stone, I think? Or is it in metal ores? Yeah, it's in other stone. All right, so this is going to be a stockpile purely for adamantine of the raw variety. So we're going to mine some adamantine. How many lines of code? I'm not sure. I think Tarn mentioned the current lines of code number in that Stack Overflow article, if that's what you're asking about. I don't know what you mean by game lines outside of that. Things happen again and again. Yeah. This is one of the only games where I would kind of believe that it's possible that the little characters in it could become sentient. Like, it's maybe the only game I've ever played where if someone were to be like, yo, did you hear that, for some reason I thought it was twice that, Clander. I thought it was 1.6 million or something. Maybe Tarn was exaggerating in a previous talk or something. Alright, so we gotta do this quickly and carefully. But we are going to automatically mine this end out. Oh, emotions. Yeah, stone will be better with that. Alright, so I need to stare at this. I need these dwarves to bring stuff up to stockpiles. It's going to start extracting metal strands. I mean, yeah, Stone's better at searching the wiki really quick than me, so Stone's probably better at answering those questions. I don't know, Dwarf Fortress is a fascinating little game. It's an absolutely fascinating little game. I've seen Grim Satisfaction. I've seen Grim Satisfaction, but you really need to piss the dwarves off for Grim Satisfaction. The only time I've seen Grim Satisfaction is when you have a necromancer, or the only time I've seen it is when I had a necromancer who strangled one of my dwarves to death in a tantrum, and it says they've gained Grim Satisfaction from murder. That was the Halloween fort I did last year, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that one connected heavily to the religions stuff? Because I've never had much success with the religions stuff. Like, I think in all of the forts I've had maybe one or two religions actually form in my fort. But I know that stuff's still very buggy. and unfinished, so. Let's make 500 lavish meals, because I got a ton of meat and a shit ton of plants now. Evening, Zycrom. How are we? What you been playing recently? Since you're a connoisseur of things that are interesting. And have a peek at the dumbest product I've ever seen. Or one of the dumbest products I've ever seen. And maybe the only way that I would ever consider buying a Bitcoin miner. It's just about $300 more than I'd be willing to spend on it. That's almost worthy of the subreddit shut up and take my money. Which is just the extremely expensive products that no people should ever actually buy product. Why does that make you boring? I actually, like... I feel like I've been on the Rift Breaker trade longer than most people. Now people are saying it's boring? That's sad. That's like one of my most anticipated games of the last 5 years, 6 years, I would say. Just because it's popular this week is all? I mean, it looks good, and it is good. It's fun. I'm also happy for those guys because the studio that made that game, Exor, their first game was one of the first games I bought on Steam. So I have a soft spot for that studio. They make just dumb, bombastic, blow shit up games with good particle effects. Yeah, I don't think I have enough strand extractors yet. How many beds do I have? A bunch. Okay. How can I do this? Let's just... Is there stuff above here? Yes, there is. So those blobs could just like walk down. All right, so what I can do is I can... wall all this off. Disk? Like, does it come on a disk? No, you just download it from the website. I don't think there's ever been any kind of physical version of Dwarf Fortress outside of fan-made ones. Rezalim, what's up? Those things. Well, this is how we're going to do this. I mean, if DF came on disk, that would actually be more complicated for me these days. Seeing as I don't actually have any way of playing games on disk. Also, I finally played Necromancers in Conquest of Elysium, Zycrom. I kind of don't like them. I mean, I don't hate them, but they're not my favorite race by any stretch. I'm not a huge fan of the your Necromancers just decide to go insane part of playing Necromancers. I don't talk about that person because I find his humor annoying. So I don't really have an opinion on big famous people's work. They're big and famous for a reason, because people like them. And I don't think my take on what their work is really matters. Sanity can be a pain. It's just not particularly fun mechanic. I think that trolls are probably my favorite class that I've played in that game so far. Oh yeah, that's what I ended up doing. I basically was pairing all my necromancers with commanders and then swapping them out as they went insane, and then swapping them back in as they stopped being insane. The problem is, like, the first few times I played necromancers, I didn't actually get that many opportunities to hire necromancers, which is kind of an issue. All right, let's mine that. All right, cool. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. To me, they seem to be a little bit too close to classes like witches and druids, where they seem to just be more finicky and less fun for me. I don't know. Doesn't... Like, the parts where I like of that game... The parts of that game that I enjoy, Zychrom, are the parts where it's just a fun little 4X. The parts that I don't like is when it's like, yo, you have to pay attention to these very finicky, odd mechanics. Well, that's great. Caption. But I don't like that person's work. So I do my best to not, you know, give people... Like, think about it this way, right? That person is very large and popular, right? What do I gain by promoting the very large and popular person by talking about them a lot in my chat? With people in my chat. And giving my opinions on a review that they made 2 years ago that is frankly irrelevant. Who cares? I certainly don't. It's great that you found an excellent game through that person, but it's not my interest to promote their work. Trolls are for real the most fun. Are they really? I don't know. Everybody seems to talk about necromancers and illusionists, are the two that I see popping up the most. Of races to try. Evil Trick with the raid. What's up, man? How you liking the new hotness of Riftbreaker? I personally think it's some of the most satisfying tree destruction I've ever seen in a video game. I hope that your stream was good. If you guys don't know Evil Trick brings the cheese, and he plays RTS games and games very, very well. There you go. Sorry, Sahai. Go give Evil Trick a follow if you don't. He's a good dude. And I play games with him on his channel on Mondays. Already found some super broken cheesy stuff. Share your strats in DMs. I want to know. Can you show me? I don't even know why I'm still doing this so carefully. I don't need to. What I should really do is just this. But yeah, go break that game and go get lots of views, Evil Trick. What makes Dwarf Fortress so fun? What do you think it makes it fun? Because you've already been talking about Dwarf Fortress in pretty, and with quite a bit of awe. So what do you think makes it fun? Why do you think Dwarf Fortress is fun? That's a much more interesting question than me. I really hope that those blobs don't come into the fort. They're coming for the fort! Lock the door! Ah! Okay. I don't think they can come in now. I don't think they can, anyway. I mean, maybe they can, but... Oh, you found Grim Satisfaction? Evil trick. You want to get a lot of views on the internet right now? Make top 5 cheesy tricks for Riftbreaker. Put her on YouTube. Get her done in 12 hours. You'll get a lot of views. Just saying. Worth. You should do it. Get that YouTube channel rolling again. Let's just mine this stuff out, and then we'll just extract all of the strands from it. I need more strand extractors. Strand extraction is the way you get adamantine. And there we go. The extracting of metal strands begins. With rather generic seeing somebody's death. I feel like grim satisfaction happens usually after some sort of enraged murder, and it's usually involving dwarves that are sometimes cruel, is when I've seen it. Those are the examples I can think of seeing grim satisfaction in DF. You do something else, you're tired. You have a good night's sleep if that's what you're doing, Sarai. Thanks for swinging by from Evil Trick briefly. And thank you so much for the raid, dude. Today's been slow start. So it's nice to have an influx. Cheers. I'm competing with Quill right now, and that's not easy. You woke up at 2 a.m. Good lord, go to bed. I understand that. Go sleep. Will I ever do a Dwarf Fortress iceberg? Do you participate in conversation, or do you just ask one-off questions? Because you speak like a YouTube commenter, which isn't a bad thing. It just means that you're used to leaving comments, and so you're leaving comments. I asked you a question. Why don't you answer that? Which is, what do you think makes Dwarf Fortress interesting? Let's have a back and forth here. Let's talk. I answered your previous question. But what do you think makes Dwarf Fortress fun? Before you ask the next question. Yeah, you do what you gotta do, Evil Trick. I know how it is. Go get some food. Go chill. Oh man, my mare wanting toy axes. I missed anything here? I don't think so. I think we are good. Perfect. You like to ask questions? Sure. I like to have conversations. So I'll answer your questions. But for every question you ask, I will probably ask you a question. And if you just keep asking me questions, I will start to ignore them after a bit because I like a conversation, right? On YouTube, if you leave a comment, I'll respond to the comment. That's how that kind of interaction works, right? But in Twitch chat, it's better to just actually have a conversation because then we all get to know each other and then it starts to feel like a community instead of just me, a talking head that you vomit questions on and I occasionally answer them. Like, that works in a large stream when you don't actually get to have interesting conversations, but because I'm just here and we're just talking, you got to have some sort of back and forth, otherwise it just kind of loses all sense and meaning. It's a different kind of chatting than, you know, YouTube, for example. All right, so for bars, we're up to 335 iron. Hell yeah, making progress. Let's get these bedrooms decked out. And then I'm going to do the stealthy restart. We're going to double the population. Well, thank you. But it's exhausting just answering questions. Some random dwarf. How's some random dwarf feeling at the moment? Let me finish designating a bunch of beds and then we'll check. Because most of the dwarves seem pretty happy in this fort. They all seem a little frustrated on the clothing situation. Because I don't quite have pigtails up and running yet. And I fucked up this bedroom. Someone's getting a small bedroom, sorry. Or you know what, actually? Big bedroom. Oh, I automated. No, they're not gonna lag the game. I know what I'm doing. This game doesn't lag if you know what you're doing. I mean, yeah, it'll slow down a little bit like any building game does, but it's fine. If you're bad at the game, then yeah, it'll lag. If you know how to lay things out, then it'll lag a bit, but it's more than playable. That's actually usually pets that lag the game, not dwarves. The dwarves' pathfinding is actually quite intelligent. But most people who are not very experienced with Dwarf Fortress will tell you that it lags like crazy because they don't know what they're doing, which is understandable. Lack of knowledge often causes incorrect information to be circulated. Because most of the information about Dwarf Fortress is either outdated or incorrect, then you have a lot of people who are wrong spreading wrong facts about the game, which is unfortunate. As somebody who's legally blind and has a lot of eye sensitivity issues, it's never been a problem for me. Squawk! The 52nd month! Fuck yeah!
We're going to peek.
Sorry I didn't tune into your Nuclear Throne stream you did on the Discord yesterday, and I will be completely honest in that I was just too fucking stoned yesterday. I was just way too high and watching Netflix all day, so... It's that time of year, okay? Like, I thought about it. I sat at the computer for a little bit. I was like, I should tune in and watch Squug play some Nuclear Throne and say hi. And then I was like, I am too baked to communicate with a human. All right, let's check out a random dwarf. Random dwarf mood. Seems pretty happy, all in all. Uneasy upon having clothes rot off his body. You have clothes now? Yeah, all right. Learned untitled composition. Yada da 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 da. Yeah, wave depletion. The problem is like you need to tell people, right? People don't generally just go check. Like the only reason I can go do a stream on Discord for an hour and nobody will tune in. But when I do a stream on Discord, I DM 2 or 3 people that normally hang out, like Hobo and such, and then within an hour we get a few people. You kind of need to have more than one person for people to actually tune in. Let's check out Tosid, daughter of Toulon and Einod. She's 9 years old. She was born in the fortress. She is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She doesn't handle stress well after seeing a goblin's dead body. She is irritated at a crowded table. We need more tables. All right. How many tables do I have just like sitting around? Yeah, I don't know what the person's on about still. Like I said, this person seems like a YouTube commenter, which is fine. But like, all that you're really doing, caption, is spreading takes of people who make comments based on very little fact. And because it's clear that like you're still getting to know a lot of things about this game. One of the ways that people often speak about games that they know very little about is to speak very authoritatively, and make very wild and out there takes that maybe aren't accurate. And I would say that that take isn't accurate. Is it a small, tight-knit community? For sure. Dead? Dead would imply that there's nobody left. All right. Not everything needs to be the most popular piece of media in the world. Things can survive just fine without being huge. I'm not mad I'm not even remotely mad at anything that you've said. I am, however, a little bit perplexed at the reason why you're saying it. You know? There's a difference between being mad. Like, if I was mad, I'd be like, I'd call you a dit and then ban you. But I'm not mad. But that statement is very unfounded. That's just a dumb thing to say. That's all. It's really that simple. Another dwarf gave birth to a girl. Beautiful. Let's see how this dwarf is doing. Uneasy after being able to pray to Canis for too long. We've been working them too hard. Wonder after learning it all begins with the monastery. And bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Well, you'd like a craft. Well, we have a very popular craft that many dwarves are doing right now because it's in style. Strand extraction. Go extract some strands. Yeah, no one's mad. How are your descendants? This is the wrong fort. But over in Long Death, there are many descendants of the great Dragon Man. This is Reigns of Terror. They don't. Players like the game with poor pathing decisions. That's my response to that question. Caption is they don't like the game, really. I mean, they can if you're really bad at your fortress layouts, but generally they don't. Usually, if the game is lagging, it's because something is stuck somewhere, which is usually fixable. But in regards to Long Death, the heirs of your great family line are still carrying on. I'd have to go find one on a Long Death stream, but this isn't Long Death. This is Reigns of Terror. This is my Halloween holiday fort, which I'm doing temporarily to kind of just break up the madness of Long Death, I suppose. Long Death is currently going through a bunch of renovations, rebuilding 400-year-old buildings, which is a weird thing to say in Dwarf Fortress. Kind of looks like a face. I've had some people say it looks like a bent over chicken or like a sideways turkey. I didn't really intend to make it look like a face. It just kind of turned out that way. Batalier, thanks for chucking a gift sub out. We're almost at 450. Spitalier, when you hit 500 gift subs, I'm gonna like have a mini party. I don't know why. That's just such a big fucking number that my brain can't wrap its brain around. My brain can't wrap its brain around, implying my brain has a brain. Thank you very much, though, for the 441th gifted sub in the channel. So the long fixing mistakes of long deaths past. You know what it is. I hope you've been well, Spitalier. Terror Fort. Yeah, there's creepy crawlers everywhere whenever people show up to trade. Zycrum gifting a subscription to Caption. And enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. Anything overly fun happened yet? Today's been pretty calm, but this session of this fortress started off with the end of a siege, so we're kind of in calm between storms, per se. Saw some cave blobs. That was fun. But nothing particularly exciting. The last time we streamed, I think we had two Forgotten Beasts, 3 sieges, and one or two were creatures. So we'll see what today has to hold. No, it was a boulder. Almost certainly a boulder. Oh, I'm gonna have like a mini party over here. Like if I have a beer, I will go open a beer. That's just, I don't know, that's just so many subs, man. I don't have any beer right now, so don't do that right now. But I hope that the shit internet gets better. Are you like on site or something working, or? Also, Kelly's, thanks for the follow, like an hour ago. Cheers. Have I looked at it at all? I have absolutely no interest in that game's structure. It's a grindy loot game. No thanks. Beautiful art, though. Looks absolutely gorgeous. I've played very little of it, but I played it long enough on Game Pass to know that it's probably not a game that I would put any time into. Tried to play some of it in co-op once. That didn't go so well, but I'm not a fan of grindy loot games. I find that they tend to be designed to waste my time. No. No, it's a fucking... where the heck did they get roguelike from? Like, no. Not even. That game doesn't even have permadeath, dude. Like, it's not even, like, run-based with meta progression. It's just a fucking loot game. It's a quest-based loot game. Which is fine if you want that, but... People think that games that require some semblance of skill are a roguelike now, which is mad. You will move your finger away from the button for now. You're in Libya. Can I ask what you're doing in Libya? You traveled more in like 2 months for work than I have in the last 5 years. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Legless has been possessed. I like Legless. Legless was a dwarf that immigrated into the fort missing a leg. So I named them Legless. Cursed Metal, what up? It's good to see you. Rust has begun a mysterious construction. Oh, raw adamantine and diorite. I really hope that that ends up being a an instrument. Fixing stuff at a turbine, just the usual. Well, I mean, at least it's the usual and not the out of the usual. I'm oddly curious about what that's going to end up being. All right, I'm going to do a cheeky save real quick, and I'm going to increase the population of this fortress. We're going to go up to 160. Give me a second here. Yeah, so currently we're set at 97. And hard cap will be 175. Save. Population cap is indeed being increased. Which means I need to do a hard restart of the game. But first, things have to finish being saved. Forge toy, please? Oh, that would be amazing, actually. I mean, I don't care. It'll be a valuable artifact regardless. It's made out of raw adamantine. All right, population has been increased. But yeah, this up here. Raw adamantine and diorite. Such a remarkable material and such an unremarkable stone. Good luck with your investments, chat. Congrats to Wave Depletion and Dragon. All right, so for those of you who haven't seen it yet, this is the world around us. It's... For some reason, we don't have any news reports right now. Just the stuff that's going on here. But we are these guys. The Reigns of Terror. And there's a human and a goblin faction that we were both at war with, which is weird because we traded with the human faction twice. I thought that we were on good terms. In fact, they were complementing our living space. A lovely goblin was in charge of them, and they seemed fine. Unfortunately, that's the majority of our news that is now gone. But we are going to raid this goblin pit. They are right north of us. I'm going to send my 2 good squads. Cross my fingers and wish them luck. Probably a fishing dispute. Oh, who knows? Oh, who knows? Good luck, dwarves. So the wrestlers up front are equipped with weapons and such. But you guys at the back all have named swords, more or less. I'm going to make some adamantine spears as soon as I have the... and a named buckler. Steel short sword. The crowded rhythm. Killed 1 troll. This one dwarf has a kill on a troll. Good for you. Fishing disputes cause a lot of war in DF, really? I can't say that I've seen a lot of those, but this is a dwarf I like, Glassjaw. This dwarf killed a forgotten beast who was made of glass by biting its brain. So, yeah, I'm a fan of this one. Wonder if we scared away caption. It's unfortunate. Okay, so we got 2 dwarves that are sleeping. Gotta wait for those ones to wake up. Treatment of plants. I've seen treatment of plants before. Treatment of plants does make sense for elves, yeah. I've seen humans and elves go to war before over treatment of plants. I quite like treatment of prisoners. That's a good one. That one hits home. Because, you know, dwarves are great to their prisoners. By that I mean they make sure that they all die very quickly. Game's not a fan of me sending all my soldiers out like this. It'll fix itself. Alright, there they go. Where are you guys going? That is the weirdest route. Kick roast legless, the engraver has created Sarstukos, a raw adamantine crown, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Catan Stirhandles. This thing better have some good lore on it. This better. Don't you disappoint me, dwarf. It's worth 601,200 dwarf bucks. This is a raw adamantine crown. Craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of raw, oval adamantine cabochons and round diorite cabochons. Simple. The unswerving razor. I really like it. It's definitely my most valuable artifact by a fucking mile, but I like it. I very much like it. Way too valuable, but yeah. I seem to recall you talking about that one. For their godlessness? I wonder if it's because they weren't worshipping a god. Or if it's because they just simply had no religions. I was wondering why the game was so slow, and I was like, oh, it's paused. Although the game is running a little slow at the moment. Someone's stuck. I think it's because of the raid I sent off. They're colliding with something. Once they're all off, once the sleeping one wakes up, the frame rate will fix itself, I think. Then I think that reason for war is perfectly justified. Stone, obviously. Neil, thanks for the host. I saw it right as it popped up. Cheers, man. Yeah, you got gifted a sub. By one Zycrum. 30 days of ad-free viewing. And free entertainment. Well, in the format of emotes, I guess. There is so many vermins in that pile of corpses. You know, aside from Dwarven mood improvement, I don't think it actually does anything. I think it's just fluff. Because, like, a lot of the things in Dwarf Fortress are just fluff. It's like, I'm pretty sure that anvils don't actually do anything. But if it's a steel anvil, the dwarves will be happy to work at a steel anvil. I think it just makes the dwarf happier. Because dwarves like owning valuable items, right? And fancier materials for pickaxes are more valuable. So. Uh-oh. The game's not happy with me right now. Oh, shout out to this dwarf who's bringing their baby into battle. The game doesn't like it when only half of your squad leaves. So right now I've got my militia captain hasn't actually made it off the map yet. So I got a bunch of dwarves that are just off the map that are trying to do stuff in the camp. So this dwarf's not too the game's not too thrilled about that right now. So this is a good time for me to take a toilet break. I will be back in a sec. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. All right, I return. You have waited for the hardest part of the day. You should go test your new rehacker. Oh God, it's 31C. Ah. Do you want to know what the temperature is like outside here, Darren? If you're still here, because it is. Here, hold on. I'll tell you. Up here in good old-fashioned Canada, it is. I have a weather warning for heavy amounts of rain. It is a 90% chance of heavy rain. Cool. Cue the shot, and it is 9 degrees Celsius. Which is just going to continue until Monday, where we get 12 degrees and mostly cloudy. And then Tuesday, where it's 16 degrees and mostly cloudy, and then back to, like, cold and rain, which is lovely. It's lovely. I do actually love the rain. I know that a lot of people don't, but I do genuinely love the rain. The rain is wonderful. The rain brings life. Yeah, no, there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that's fluff, which I think is something that's going to disappoint a lot of people who are very excited about the Steam version. Is Dwarf Fortress is a very good video game, but a lot of the things that make Dwarf Fortress interesting are like require some input and imagination from the player. And I think that there's a lot of games that are trying to be like Dwarf Fortress that don't require that at all. And I think that that gives the I do genuinely believe that those things are gonna. Oh, well, there's the lag problem. How did you end up in a tree? Excuse me? I thought it was that dwarf that was causing lag. What? I just had... How... Excuse me? Dude. What? Why? Exactly? Are you stuck in a tree? But yeah, no, that was my night last night. I filled up a nice cup of tea and sat by the window and listened to the storm. We had thunder, rain, torrential downpours. It was lovely. It really was. No, like, literally, I don't know how that dwarf got... Something must have spooked him and he must have jumped. Like, that's the only logical... He climbed and kicked the ladder out of the way? Yeah, must have. I don't know, Vin. Also, hi, Vin. How are you? He must have, jeez. Was anybody here watching the Quill stream? If you were, I hope it was entertaining. It's nice to see Quill playing good video games again. I mean, not that he doesn't, but, you know. It's always nice when Quill comes back to Dwarfs. Checked it out like an hour ago. Yeah. He's alright at DF. He doesn't play it very often, so he forgets things. I'm very unimpressed with this dwarf. I also don't know why I didn't check for stuck dwarves earlier. Sometimes you just want to see what elf life is like. This dwarf is just expanding his horizons. You know, he's bored, he's lonely, he's experimenting, getting a little crazy. Can't really fault him for it now, can you? Now, you know what would be really funny and ironic is if somehow this dwarf manages to die in this fall. She does. Oh, she feels pleasure during a sparring session, though. So, you know, all is well. Actually, I do wonder if this dwarf got startled during that fight that we had and got bounced into a tree. I do wonder. All right. Anytime now. Frame rate should be fixed. This takes too long when the frame rate's low. Oh, hey, look, an owl. There you go. And just like that, the frame rate's back. Yay! Brilliant. Okay. They'll be back in a minute. Okay. So, hopefully that invading of the goblin hole doesn't end poorly for us. Oh, hey, they're back. Like I said. All right. So the Rag of Suns attacked the strange cruelty at the impervious cruelties. The impervious cruelties at Black Goods. The dwarf Dastot Armpick led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Essen Woman Maze. I want to make a joke about that last name, but I'm simply going to imply that I want to make a joke about that last name and not. But that's a very funny last name. In the late winter of 562, the dwarf Dastot's tactical planning was superior to the goblins. The defenders had a strong position, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. So we had better planning, but they had better positioning. And then the fight continues. Doesn't seem like we've had any casualties yet. Just fighting. Can I just say that Sword Thunder is the best dwarven last name in my fort? Well, looks like the goblin ensign. Yeah, seems like we didn't win, but neither did they. So it was kind of just a draw for the most part. All right, well, we're gonna go fight them again. Oh, well, they're still coming back, so let's wait for them all to come back, and then we'll go do that again. Pull the lever. Did you just about get squished, dwarf? What a place to clean. What if I'd queued that lever to be pulled twice? Alright, well, a whole lot of bodies are gone. Let's go raid this again. The reason I'm not sending that center squad is it's literally just my royalty in a squad. Sword arm pick. Yeah, sometimes you gotta arm pick that sword. You know what I'm saying? Get back out there, you shat hammer. Shamed. Dwelling upon her clothes, rotting off her body. Go get us some more legendary kills, Hammer. You Shat Hammer is my favorite MC Hammer cover artist. Alright, you chop that tree down. I don't know who you is in this instance, but I love how I've got these mushrooms just growing above ground. That's kind of funny to me. Let's go along this way. Get rid of this circle from the dig. I don't want the circle to getting dug out. Just want the outside getting dug. This would actually be a really bad time for a were creature to show up while we're doing this. 'Cause a lot of my dwarves are going to be outside. There we go, all the way down to that. And over to here. And over to here. So did you guys hear about the thing that IDOS is doing? IDOS being a Montreal studio game developer. They are between projects and just starting up a new project. The only projects that they currently have on their portfolio are pretty damn close to done. And they've just announced that they are now moving into 4-day work weeks, which seems kind of awesome. Something I kind of wanted to mention because I think it's interesting. Maybe an interesting point of discussion for the stream. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's going to be really curious to see what their... You're down for 410s? No, they're not doing a 40-hour work week. They're straight up doing a 32-hour work week. But I'm really curious to see what the result of it's going to be. If I'm really curious, because like I've done the 4-10-hour shifts, and like it's fine. It's way better than 5 days. But yeah, no, they're straight up doing a 32-hour work week and paying people the same amount because they're all salary. So they're getting the same salary, but 4-day work week. So I'm really curious to see how that turns out. Hey, Irish Stupid, what's up? How's things, man? So, just kind of, figured that might be an interesting thing to see, because, like, there's so many studios that insist that they can't get by without crunch, right? Like, they insist that they just can't exist, and I want IDOS to ship one of the best games ever made. I just want them to turn around and just be like, yo, we worked for 5 days a week to crunch this from our normal 4-day-a-week schedule, and the game came out in a reasonable amount of time. You probably do 15 hours of actual work per week. Are you suggesting that your job is fun or that you slack a lot? Because no judgment if you're just slacking all the time, but
This is madness.
Oi, oi. What's up, Hobo? Harpy weekend. You're just slacking all the time. Fair enough. You're probably slacking on Slack all the time, right? Yeah, Hobo, I'm just kind of rambling because IDOS Montreal announced that they are switching to a 32-hour 4-day work week, which I think is fascinating and is going to be really interesting to see. It's just nice to see a really big studio just be the one to say, fuck it. We're doing this. Curious about what equipment you're picking up there, Dwarf. Okay, how much adamantine do we have? All I can say is it's like, that to me seems like a reason to support, or maybe not support, but like, if they put out game that you're interested in, buy it. Because I'd like to see that shit too well. Don't wafers show up in the bar screen, or am I crazy? Thought that they did. Meditate on fortresses, extract metal strands. Oh, right. We need to make adamantine wafers. Duh. Let's forget how adamantine actually works because I don't do it that often. Or I do, but I take such long breaks in between times where I do it. Oh yeah, it's been a chill start to the stream. Hope that your weekend's been good, Hobo. So this is going to slowly start filling up with water, because there is light aquifers everywhere down here. So I'm basically just going to tell them to clear everything out, and we're going to let it flood. I'm going to come down here and chop down trees, and then we're going to pour lava on it. And then when we pour lava on it, then we'll have an interesting sealed off underground lake. But we need more goblinite. Although, something that we can start working on. Let's make a bunch of iron pipe sections. Denny's? What'd you get at Denny's? Did you go for like the classic like breakfast stuffs, or did you get yourself like a grand sandwich? Did you have a burger? I don't like Denny's, but I like Denny's. Does that make any sense? It's like I don't like Denny's because the food isn't good, but I like pretending to like Denny's because they're a very fun restaurant to talk about. They're a very fun, shitty restaurant to talk about. Come to think of it, if you made a wall with a well with an aquifer, wouldn't you have infinite water? Yeah, I mean we have that. Here, I can show you. So this is a ramp up going into a light aquifer, which spills down into here, 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 which then removes all pressure on this side by going sideways down here into here, which is infinitely filling my well. Yes. And I wouldn't say they're constant. You're waiting like 10 minutes in between. Asking questions is totally fine. I only get annoyed when they're pseudo-irrelevant questions back to 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 back. That's the only time that you'll get me annoyed about questions. And if they're actually relevant Dwarf Fortress questions, I do not care. But Hobo, Picture Point says that he's free to purge Xenos at about 6 o'clock Pacific. So if you're down to do some Xenos purging this evening, that would be a possible time slot. So if you never really got into Fortress mode, do you primarily play adventure mode, or do you just watch? Nine. Yeah, that's how 3 hours works. You're 3 hours ahead, right? Or are you 4? Are you 3 or 4 hours ahead? Yeah, I think that's 9. I think it's 9. I'm just trying to confirm that that time works. And if it does, then I will type in the group chat, yeah, it worked. You got burnt out? Tried out Fortress mode, but didn't click? Yeah, see, kind of, like, I actually like playing adventure mode quite a bit, but I don't like streaming adventure mode. I don't know what it is. Fortress mode just works better as a stream game. In the game's current state, I'm really hoping, really hoping that the Steam version makes, well, the Steam version's going to have, or hopefully will quickly get the Villains Part 2 stuff, which will be a lot of fun regardless. I just really hope that the Steam version and the UI improvements makes adventure mode more streamlined. Because right now it's like, I don't like to call adventure mode bad because I don't think it's bad, but I do think that it's excessively clunky. Even by Dwarf Fortress standards, it's clunky. Just because of the way like dialogue is done and the way text is done and how most of the game is like remembering named PCs and then finding them again, and it's like I just don't really enjoy. You're getting invited to watch spooky movies at that time? Well, he's not free until then, so. I mean, maybe we can just pass tonight? I mean, that would be fine. Ooh, we actually got a winning. Okay, so we attacked the pervious cruelties. Oh. We didn't get undetected. We got in undetected, so we just got to search and steal stuff. Although, what scary movies are you watching, Homo? Giant cave spider silk bag, copper toy axe, a silver whip. Ooh. Lead bars, some socks. Dwarves getting the important stuff. A copper shield. Yeah. You don't know? Well, do report. I mean, I might end up watching movie with friend tonight as well. Friend of mine got the positive test and has nowhere to go and can't like leave their bedroom because they have roommates and don't want to get their roommates sick. So you just got oi scurry movies at 9 p.m. Got fresh bud. Yep, sounds fun. You have a good weekend, man. And don't worry about it. I might play without you, though. If picture point's still down, I might just play without you. But it's fine. I got the recent hotness in Rift Breaker. Although, in all fairness, picture point is still kind of moving in, so I think his time restraints are a little bit more strict right now. Hopefully those will open up sooner rather than later. Also, I think he's got a job opportunity at a mocap studio, so hopefully that happens. Glassjaw was found dead? Oh no! Glassjaw just died of old age. God damn. So you know that military dwarf that I stated that I was fond of? Man, that dwarf gets a statue. So this dwarf basically one-shot a Forgotten Beast by biting its head. So we named him Glassjaw. Just died of natural causes. How sad. We'll have to get a coffin for you. Rough days. Chat, can I get some Fs in chat for the dwarf that died too early before they could make a bigger imprint? They were like in like their 160s. They were pretty old, but like very hardened dwarf. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Well, that's unfortunate. Looks like it's the humans, and they're all riding on horseback. Look at them all. The thing is, the humans do legitimately siege, which means they will hang around outside and not come inside. Which means we do actually have to just wait them out. Okay, so we need to lock the front door, which is down here. Have you heard of this game? It's called Dwarf Fortress. It's pretty good, Hobo. It's pretty good. But in all seriousness, I'm assuming you want something less dense than Dwarf Fortress. Songs of Six. Songs of Six. Songs of Six is very, very good. Songs of Six and Odd Realm, I think, are the... Songs of Six, Odd Realm, if you want more of a city builder, that Beaver game, Timberborn's alright, but it's very early access with Timberborn. I would avoid going medieval, just because it's too much like RimWorld and too early. That Beaver game's alright. I'd recommend Rift Breaker, but that's less of a colony builder. That's just a base building tower defense game. Yeah. Well, those are kind of my immediate reactions. All right, so the trap is sealed, so I can release the dwarves and let them just go. Whoops. Let them just go do their thing. All right, so we need to do some more military recruiting. My biggest concern is that we're going to get... They have war dogs? Oh, wow, they actually brought war dogs. Well, that's also interesting. The humans have a few goblins with them. Yo, Stone, you don't happen to have the save file for this game, do you? Because this is an interesting goblin. Who is hostile alongside of the humans. They have a dwarf hair crown. And they're legendary at something. But I don't know what it is. Odd Realm? I don't think Odd Realm had a Kickstarter. Odd Realm is for sale, though. It's like $10. Maybe I think you might be thinking of King Under the Mountain. I'm trying to think of other games like that that got backed. Here's a link to Odd Realm. Oh, actually, you might have access to Odd Realm if you bought those big itch bundles, because it's on itch. So you might have it through that. That's curious. That there's one goblin recruit with them. That is definitely curious. So something I need to do, or I want to do, is I want to build a bunch of towers over there on the right that are all tall enough to be able to shoot. Probably coming out of the bottom of this one, so build, like, cut a hole in this wall, build a raised walkway along this bottom side, and then fill them up with catapults so we can fire. Because I've never managed to make catapults work, and I think it would be fun to have catapults that could fire across this open cliff at those dudes. Or even ballistas, either or. You know, if they, like, just walk up the front door, I might just charge them. Look at them. Oh. Wow, they are. They don't have a way into the fort, though. That's... Yeah, so if you got it in that bundle and you decide you like it, I would recommend buying it. To support the dev, but the dev actually just tweeted out a really good video tutorial for the current beta branch, which has a new UI. Like, the UI has been totally redone. Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Is my military getting out somehow? Because there's a dead dwarf up here. And I'm not sure what killed them. Yeah, the war dogs killed it. But I'm not sure how he got there. Fuck. Well, I hope that that's it for the combat there. It'd be unfortunate if my dwarves were to take more damages than they need to. Alright, let's turn on this and let's just casually, I do mean casually, pull this lever. And just see what they do. See if they go in. Actually, you know what's something I'm going to do? Just because I think it would be hilarious. Check this out, chat. If you're lurking, you might want to look at the stream right now. I'm going to tell the dwarves to pull this lever twice. Because they are all standing right on my drawbridge. Which means it's going to extend the lever, damage all of the ones standing on the end. It's going to extend the bridge, damage all the ones that are sitting there, and then drop any who manage to get onto the bridge. Unless they all move first. God damn it. Maybe it's because, well, drawbridge is down. Are they going to turn around and come in? Maybe. Also, chat, we're a little lurky. Could I get a round of beers for the fight that's probably going to happen in a couple of minutes? So that would be appreciated. All right, let's see. Are you guys entering in the trap at all? Don't seem particularly interested. Yeah, today's been a lurky weekend, so anything to like kind of keep the conversations or the chat moving would be very much appreciated. I kind of just want to fight him. I kind of just want to fight him. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're just going to go fight him. Mostly because I don't want to wait for the siege to end. I just kind of want to get back to building shit. Now we just wait for them to pull the lever. Now we wait. Actually, where are the humans currently? They are down there. All right, let's force them in. For those about to rock, we dwarf you. It's time for some carnage. All the arrows go out. The humans start tantruming. Bomrak is up at the front. Humans start bleeding and going everywhere. Look at all of those dead dogs. Look at all that blood. Good lord, that horse is bleeding a lot. It's almost like horses have a lot of blood in them. Who knew? Let's follow Hammer. I like this dwarf. Oh, there goes another one. Dwarves are moving up. Let's follow Slappy. My dwarf that got stuck in a tree. Alright, one of my dwarves got injured. May need to bring in the medics pretty soon. Siege is over. We're going to bring in the medics. By that, I mean everybody else. Looks like the last of them are running. Fucking pansies. How badly injured are you? Wonder what they think they're saying. You have a wife and 2 children. You were able to get a kill. Very bleedy horses. It's almost like horses have a lot of blood in them, you know? Oh, you'll be fine. You didn't just get paralyzed, though, did you? Old wounds, including a very short, straight scar. Huh. You currently have no ability to stand. You might just be completely exhausted. Injuries in the lower body. Ability to stand lost. It's concerning. All the dwarves are coming back. And the new dwarves are coming out. Corpses. Let's get those dumped. Except for our good dwarf up there. Cool. Injured dwarf is getting removed. Cover wounded. Not bad. Only 1 wounded. For quite the bloody little battle. All right, so let's get back to project numero uno, which is digging out this ground down here. Some of the dogs even landed on the lower level. Damn, they made it far. Let's see how the dwarves feel about running past all these corpses. Let's interview a random dwarf. Doesn't feel anything. Excellent. How about you? Dejected. Well, that's okay. How about you? Doesn't feel anything. Perfect. How are we doing on them wafers? That's the other question I have. Stocks, bars, adamantine wafers. We still have plenty of iron. We got 7 wafers. Cool, making progress. It's going to take a while. Making adamantine is a very laborious, time-needy process. But yeah, when it comes to people asking about colony builders right now, it's like Odd Realm and Songs of Six, I think, are kind of like the 2 not DF games that scratch that itch. I do want to get back into Songs of Six, but I think I'm going to give that one until January, because, maybe not January, but December, rather, because I've got a lot of things that I want to do this month. In fact, something that I can kind of talk about now, because it's actually happening. I'm in talks with the, I haven't recorded anything yet, but I'm in talks with Dylan White, developer of Rift Wizard, to do something about that game, because I think that could be a bit of fun. All right, so you know what? Let's actually let's carve this out. And start building this. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to carve that out, and we are going to put, I'm going to put a drawbridge there so we can close it. Drift Wizards, yeah! Should be good. I hope it's fun. I just murdered a bunch of humans and their horses and their killer murder attack dogs, and took no casualties. So doing pretty good, I say. Cutest? How's Cutest doing? Stream's been kind of slow today, kind of lurky, so it's nice to have people to talk to. And there is a gnat on my screen. It's now dead. Because the great Quill18 is streaming Dwarf Fort today. So, yeah. That always means Lurky Blind IRL stream. It's all good, though. I feel honored to be able to compete with the one and only Grand Quill18. All right, let's just use granite. Yeah, let's just use granite. Unfortunately, that's doubtful because usually by the time a fight is over, all the bodies are mangled, and mangled bodies cannot be crafted into things. Also, dwarves don't like to butcher named creatures. So, no. Unfortunately, no. You're having a headache? Oh, no! That sucks. Hope the headache is sorted soon. But we did definitely get some more copper and iron from them, so that'll be helpful. Because we need lots of iron to make these iron pipe sections, because that's how we're going to pump the lava up. That is indeed how we are going to pump the lava up. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. So this down here is slowly filling up with water. Which is fine. It's not going to fill up too much, I don't think. Because not all of this is aquifer. So I want a raising bridge. Should make this out of a nicer material, shouldn't I? Let's go, instead of granite, let's go with... Let's go with platinum. Let's make a bridge out of platinum. It'll fit in, but it'll be fancy. Holy shit. People get startled by their hour counts on streams, and I'll just say that you're probably not paying 100% attention all the time when you're lurking in a stream, so those hours do add up, yeah. But thank you for sticking around that long, cutest. I feel like you've been here forever, but, like, how long have you been following me? Like, you followed me in February this year. Like, it's not been that long. It's not been that long. Fancy bridge, good bridge, yes. Sideways understand. Sideways gets it. All right, so these guys just north of us. I'm going to raid them with my 2 good squads. But, actually, hold on. I'm going to erase because I just realized I got 2. We're going to try and raise them. Openly attack and destroy the other site. Don't loot other items. We're going to send my 2 good squads. Good luck, dwarves. No job, eh? I need to start giving dwarves more military jobs, but... Also, Zychrome, if you're still lurking, have a good stream. You're here since 2019? Oh, really? Okay. I don't know. Time has no meaning. Yeah, I almost accidentally unfollowed somebody that I've been following. Holy shit, that's a big win. Good goddamn job. Holy shit. Wow. That deserves a, I don't know, round of beers or something. Time is indeed fucking subjective. Holy shit. Even though time isn't subjective might be my favorite comment in the entirety of the Steam DF forums. Shoutouts to the big brain person who explained how time is actually perfectly measurable. You were in shower, what happened? Cutest Ghost won 7,350 tickets, and Hobo won 339, and Kalia's won 8. But those 2 big wins. So that's what happened. I hope your shower was good. Big wiener. Yeah, big wieners. Big wiener. Massive sausage. But yeah, no. The Reigns of Terror is going pretty well, I say. And we are beginning work on our new siege tower. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a line of little towers along the right, the far right of this pit, and I'm going to fill it up with catapults. I realize catapults aren't the most damaging things, but the ammunition is cheap and easy to get, and don't really have to worry too much about that. So I sent these guys out to murder the dwarf Dastot. Arm pick outmatched the goblin Essen woman maze with a cunning plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. Let's see how the fight went. So far, just a lot of back and forths. And but it looks like the forces of the Reigns of Terror searched, or eventually overran them. The goblin Ikru was struck down by the dwarf Hammer, Sword Thunder, in the defensive in Black Goods. Also, Sword Thunder actually has a title now, The Defensive. In the mid-spring of 563, the forces of Reigns of Terror searched Black Goods and found nothing. But I think they should be raised. Nope. We did not. We won the fight, but we didn't raise them. Should be attacking elsewhere. Woman Maze. Yeah, that's one hell of a last name. Woman Maze. There are always more angry cats to fire at them. Angry cats, their own corpses. Where'd you get angry cats from? I mean, you fire boulders out of catapults, but... Cat leather sounds nice. Now, I've never seen yeah, catapult. I get it. I've never actually seen cat leather in person, but I have played a cello with catgut strings. Gonna be completely honest with you, catgut strings are 1,000 times nicer than metal strings. They're so much softer and easier on the hands. Like if I was given the option, if I went back to playing cello again, if it was legal to make catgut strings now in Canada, and I had the option, I would use catgut strings over metal. It's catgut is cat intestine specifically. You can also get sheep gut, which is sheep intestine. Yeah. You don't think cats will agree with you? I mean, they're annoying as shit, so. But no, seriously, go look up catgut strings. To be fair, that cello that I played is about 600 years old and isn't technically a cello. It's a previous version of cellos, which is more akin to a viola in shape, a large viola. It has a shorter neck, and it still had its catgut strings on it. So my cello teacher bought it for his collection and asked if I wanted to play it and let me play a little bit on it. It's very nice. But yeah, no, traditionally they used catgut strings instead of steel strings. Before the latest cello patch, yeah, quite literally. But you know, Carla Verso, let me ask you a quick question here. Have you ever eaten bacon? Pigs are smarter than cats. It's not that what the fuck when you really think about how we treat animals generally. If you're gonna eat them anyway, might as well make some cello strings. You can still buy them too. They use sheep or goat intestines and the intestines of cattle, horses, hogs, and mules or donkeys in the modern era, but originally they used cat. Octopuses are so fucking smart. So yeah, if you buy catgut strings in the modern era, they're made from horse or cattle, hogs, mules, or donkeys. But yeah, if you want to get them now, they have to come from those animals. It was like medieval era that they were made out of cat. People used to eat dog meat. Lots of people eat dog meat. Horse meat's also quite common. But then again, I personally feel that we should try and eat less of all that stuff, but say Levy. I feel like Dwarf Fortress should have gut strings for their instruments. I feel like that would be a really nice little detail addition. Imagine like having a reason to have a herd of horses in your dwarf fort, or a herd of cattle, or cats, is so that you can make strings for your musical instruments. That would, like, if there was one like stupid esoteric thing that I could add to DF, it would be that, because prepared lower intestine could be made into strings at a craft store shop, or maybe I guess that would be a tanner shop, because you have to tan it. So yeah, I would suppose it would be made in a tanner shop then. Oh, I think it's all silly. But what I do genuinely think is silly are people who swear about how much they love their dogs, and then the second I post a picture of a cute cow on Reddit, they immediately insist that it looks like a burger. It's like, all right. You fucking, like, two-timing hypocrites. Don't get me wrong. Burgers are delicious. I just think it's ironic and kind of funny. More than anything. I just find it amusing. People are a bunch of hypocrites. Like farm-raised rat and farm-raised cow. My experience with rat is most of them are farm-raised. You just don't know them. You just don't know it as the farmer. The most rats I've ever seen is when I lived at home and I had neighbors who had cows. Those were all farm-raised rats for sure. I definitely grew up on that farm that my neighbors had. It's just not the kind of farm-raised you're referring to. Dude, I would love that. That would be awesome. Like the head of the instrument's made of a skull, like the neck of the instrument's made out of like a backbone, and then like strings strung up the weird guitar lute hybrid instrument thingy made out of dwarf gut. I would love that. I would love that. That would be awesome. Like that would be amazing, dude. Come on. That would be great. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Stone. I was making a joke. I was making a joke. Doesn't always catch, but. But yeah, no, I actually really like using gut strings in musical instruments. It actually makes me wish that you could easily get gut strings for guitars, because like I'm diabetic, right? So I'm pricking my fingers 4 to 6 times a day. And during the pandemic, one of the hobbies I tried to get back into was I tried to start playing music again, because I genuinely love playing music. And I've played music in some format for most of my life, but the past like decade or so I've kind of stopped. And I wanted to get back into it during the pandemic because I was like, I need a hobby. Fuck. And I can't because my fingers hurt too much. Like literally I start playing for like a minute and my hands start bleeding on my guitar, and my cello's the same way. Makes me sad. It just adds a significantly higher barrier to entry there. Because it's a lot of pain for some enjoyment and a hobby. Oh, of course I still have the Moog, yeah. I mean, like, when I meant that I tried to get back into music, I mean, like, my stringed instruments. Yeah, no, I have a Moog and a few attachments for it, actually. I have a Moog, I have Moog. I have a keyboard and 3 pedals. So I can make really cool patterns and shit, but, I mean, haven't really released anything. We have new dwarves arriving, and I need metal extractors. Actually, hold up. Are you brave? Nope. Generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning our actions, likes to brawl. Dislikes the adoration of fighting as an art to be refined. Often acts with compassion. Let's give you siege engineering. Turkey! And a peasant. Dreams of raising a family. Easily changes her mind. Has a sense of duty. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. It's very humble. Avoids crowds. Joins the military. Wrong squad. That squad. Pet. That turkey. He is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust. I feel that. Keeps things practical. Thinks he's important. Tends to not reveal personal information. Is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and focuses on the matter at hand. You too can join a squad. No turkey dinner, unfortunately. No. Wax worker. Doesn't feel grateful about gifts. Rarely falls in love. Has little determination and confidence. Eager to learn. Often envious of others. Can also join the military. Alright, so I've got a squad that I need to get rid of. This one. that one is just... There you go, you join this squad. Because that squad is just my Baron. And I really don't want my Baron going into war at all. Only rarely tries to assert herself in a conversation, can handle stress. Perfect, joining the military. Can handle stress? Cool, you join the military. Oh, you're already in a squad. It's too quick. You're a siege engineer. Ooh. Disdains advice. Disdains even the best advice of associates and family, relying strictly on his own counsel. Okay. Brave in the face of imminent danger. All right, you join the military. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, nylon would probably be better, realistically. Maybe. I figured it out. Yeah, I figured it out. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Well, you're not joining the military. That being said, we do need more siege engineers and siege operators. Ooh, an armor. You can just be an armor. You're a dyer. This is a dire situation, but presents himself modestly. Occasionally overindulges. Unfriendly and disagreeable and is bothered by this since values friendship and can handle stress. Well, that sounds like you need to join the military. Also unfriendly and disagreeable and can handle stress. Now the real question is what happens to, you're a furnace ops, you can just go be a furnace ops. You dream of mastering a skill, can be very single-minded, can handle stress, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Doesn't often feel lustful and somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently. Well, you are starting your own squad. Uh-oh. There you go. Imagine walking into a fort and immediately becoming a militia commander. Also dreams of mastering a skill, has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger and actively avoids stressful situations. But you dream of mastering a skill. You know what? I think that's a dwarf that we'll work on. Scaredy cat. In fact, just for fun, I'm going to give this dwarf the nickname as the Fearful. We'll see how you do. We'll call it a little experiment. Dreams of mastering a skill, tries to return favors, material goods, ambitious, doesn't like obligations. Passive in discussions, yeah, you'll do just fine in the military. Ooh. Seeing a whole lot of miasma in that room. Looks like that's it. We're up to 105 dwarves. I will break it with my face. I mean, hey, if it works, right? Remember how thinking about meat and how some reporter types thought the natural disasters in South America made starving people that were eating rats, and so that they were guinea pig being eaten, which is literally why guinea pigs were raised to begin with. No, guinea pigs are like rabbits, basically. Like they were raised as like food. They were bred to be food. I remember there was a Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego game. I think it might have been called Where in the Word is Carmen Sandiego, which scarred me as a little kid because there is a line about eating guinea pigs. There's a whole chunk about eating guinea pigs. I mean, not quite, but also not too far off. Considering we're about to start making adamantine spears. And steel spears. All right, well, we should go see if we can mine out some more metal strands pretty soon here. But the thing that I got to do first is I have nowhere near enough Craftsdwarf shops. So we got to fix this. We got to fix this. But yeah, no, I mean, we didn't actually put that many dwarves into the military. We're up to 23 military dwarves. That's not that crazy. That's not too crazy. It's not too crazy. Make another 500 charcoal. Got tons of wood. Wood is no concern to us. Most of the lag right now is being caused by all of the mining that we are doing. Specifically all of the channeling. Channeling's kind of rough on frames. It's fine though. Linking a building to a trigger. Good stuff. Granite was actually at the bottom of that, wasn't it? Yeah, granite block. Why is granite block so low? There's granite blocks right there. Somebody forbid those? Maybe they're already accounted for. Might already be accounted for. Is that actually what that image is? I guess I never paid that much attention to the Last Supper. That's kind of amazing, actually. Do I not have any weaponsmith? I guess all I really have is armorers. I need a few weaponsmiths, because I had some dwarves die, and one of them was my weaponsmith. Interesting. But yeah, no, it's funny that how some animals become pets and how some animals just stay relegated to livestock. I don't know. Our culture's weird like that. Human culture. It's a strange thing. Also, damn, been live for 4 hours already. I don't feel like that long. Always something happening in this fort. I wonder if they're ever going to clean that blood up. I wonder. As with most famous Bible thingamabobs, yes, this is true. Most famous Bible thingamabobs do indeed have lots of versions of the famous thing. So this is where we're going to put our pump stack, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, nope, no, it's not. where we are going to put our pump stack. It's going to collide with too many things. All right, so this is where we're going to put our pump stack, I think. Let's see how much this collides with. Because I need 4. This could work. Going up to here. That's fine, I can build around that. Can build around that. And then down to here, which actually isn't that far. This is going to be our pump stack, which is going to require 2 layers of construction, but that's not a huge problem. That Justice bundle and downloaded like 7 games and you're already on page 35. Any particular highlights? Dude, there's so many gems in there. Yo, actually, if anybody, if you bought that racial justice bundle from itch.io a while ago, play Hack. H-A-Q-U-E. It's not a particularly hard roguelike, and it's a good one. You haven't started any yet? You might really like that one that tries to be like a indie randomly generated arcade like airplane combat game. Can't remember the name of it. Rogue something. It's like Rogue Skies, Sky Rogue, that's the name of it. Yeah, it's in Tarnanum's book. All right, so let's get this dug out. Heavy Bullets. Oh, yeah. I think Heavy Bullets is one of those games that Squug 100%ed. Pretty sure it's a Squug game. It's a Squug hundo. Featurette, right that. I think you've downloaded it, you just never played it. I've heard really good things about it. It's just not the sort of game that I would play. We're gonna have a lot of digging. All right, so iron, cork, 150 or 140, I think. Yeah. We're making iron corkscrews, hand iron pipes. My kind of low-key hope is to have the pump stack done by the end of today and fill this up with lava. That's my goal for the day, is get that done. Get this full of lava! So we can do combat stuff tomorrow. That's the plan. Oh, yo, Hobo, did I show you this? Because I know you like to make fun of crypto bullshit. Just gonna say that is one of the funniest implementations I've ever seen of a crypto miner. And I would buy it if it was $300 cheaper. Also, it's completely irrelevant for you in you know, the tropical paradise that you live in. But maybe for our friends in the north. I kind of like it. It's like, it's a space heater that gives you pennies per day in Bitcoin. Maybe not pennies per day, but pennies per year. Ideally, it should pay for its power consumption. If it pays for its power consumption, that might actually be worth it. You know what we really need? We need a plugin for Peloton that mines Bitcoin for you. So you run, or like you work out and you earn Bitcoin. It could be good. It's so cold in your house. It's expensive though. Cutest. It's expensive. It does look nice. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it looks really nice. It's a nice looking Bitcoin here, but like, it's just such a funky image. It's actually, in my opinion, maybe like the perfect in-home. Yeah, that's why I said it's way too expensive. It's way too expensive. But like, I don't know. A child withdraws from society. They have a calculator? Yeah. Just buy a 3080. It's cheaper than a 3080. 3080s are $3,000 in Canada still. That's why I literally stated with the caveat. I was like, it's way too expensive. But I'd buy one if it wasn't way too expensive. I'd buy one for like 800 CAD. Tops. Tops. Even then. Like, if they could get it down to like 750, sure. Also, if it was mining anything but Bitcoin, I'd be much more interested in it. Like, if it could mine more things than just Bitcoin, I'd be more interested. Yeah, obviously it's completely irrelevant in Fort. I mean, like that. But here's the thing, right? The reason it's so expensive and why it sucks, cursed metal, is because it's a fashion object marketed towards rich people. Quite literally, that's what it is. But that's also how products start, right? You start by making the overpriced stupid version and marketing it to rich people. And then after they're done beta testing it, then we get the actual version. So let them work on that for like, let them workshop that idea for another 5 years, and then call me. To be completely clear, I'm linking that product to make fun of it, not to say you should buy it. So don't. I just think it's hilarious because it's maybe the best implementation of a Bitcoin miner I've ever seen, where it's just like, yo, it's a house heater. Huh. Because what does mining crypto do? Produces a lot of heat. I just think it's funny. It's the only reason I'm linking it, because I genuinely think it's funny. We struck a moonstone. The fuck's moonstone? I'm assuming that's a gem? I want to know what moonstone looks like. Moonstone, cool looking. It's just like a very polishable, kind of whitish rock. Cool. I mean, does this still exist? Yes, it does. I mean, another product that I like to link because I think it's hilarious and not because anybody should actually buy it. Mostly safe for work, does that link? Elena? Ooh. I'll watch this dwarf mine through here. Striking a lot of Glana down here. But yeah, I have this weird passion of discovering stupid products. That is the correct response. Wave depletion. That is the correct response. The only good use for that product, in my opinion, is you buy it and put it into a Secret Santa that's anonymous. It's literally the only purpose for that. Is you buy it, you put it into a Secret Santa, and you don't tell anybody it was you who put it there. And just laugh at whoever gets it. Today's another one of those days where I'm just reminding chat that I'm actually just in that case, right? Yeah, I mean, it is benefit. It is for a good cause, but it is a very silly product. Okay, child, did you begin your mysterious construction? Forest skeletons. Ooh, you might need bones. Did you get bones? No. All right, let's murder that goat. And that goat. And that goat. I have to murder some goats. I have to sacrifice some goats so that this dwarf can complete their artifact. I mean, you're here because you're entertained by my crazy. At least I hope. I just realized I've got a lot more dwarves for the military grinder than I thought. And you know, if you're not here for my crazy, then, well, I can't help you. Quite literally, I can't help you. Gonna need to mine around all of this. And stop it from being an aquifer. that's what I need to do. I need to stop it from being an aquifer. Fucking aquifers. Although it's going to be filled up with lava, so I need to make sure it's all lava safe. It uses a heating radiator for a cooling PC and heating a separate room. That's slightly distressing, but that certainly sounds like a Linus Tech Tips video. I feel like Linus Tech Tips has gotten more interesting again now that they're not allowed to have an office, or that they haven't since they haven't had an office. Like, I've actually started watching Linus Tech Tips again. Nobody expected that. This string isn't circular at all. Suspicious turkey breasts sold at Stupid. There we go. All caught up. Thanks, Stupid. Never underestimate the suspicious breasts. Sold at. A lava fur? No, this is currently an aquifer. But I will be pumping lava through all of this. It's going to have lava pumped all the way up to here, and then out into this open, wide space. And it is going to be glorious! I tell you now, it shall be glorious. My goal is to have it done by the end of today, so we are kind of working overtime on her. Basically, I need a wall right there. All right, so I got to dig out one further below. That's what I thought. Might just dig out a large area down here just so that I can fill it in and have plenty of space. They mine to make more. You're right. You are correct. How you doing, Goldpoke? Hope your day's been aight. Also, I know a bunch of you guys have been enjoying this game, so I'm going to kind of shout out again. I'm going to be mentioning this a few times during the stream. My next project is, or my next major interview project is in the works. I'm working on a thing related to Rift Wizard. So that should be fun. You have holiday? Well, that's good. Glad to hear that you get holiday. Today is actually kind of rough for me, for family reasons. But doing my best. So there's that. Yeah, it'll all be okay. Speaking of, how's that child's strange mood going? Pictures of a quarry. Shining bars of metal, stacked cloth. Cut gems. Ooh, it might be cut gems. Yeah, it's definitely cut gems. All right. Let's follow the dwarves doing digging. Uh-oh. We dug into a thing that we don't want to dig into. In multiple places, even. More than multiple places. At least now we know where this thing leads. This cavern layer, probably. With a little bit of luck, no dwarves will get stuck. That was a weird rhyme. You should buy it if you haven't. Because Rift Wizard is one of those games where if you're into that type of game, you will get 1,000+ hours out of it. It's very much a very good bang for your buck content-wise game. Very, very, very good bang for your buck. But, you know, you kind of have to be interested in learning a game like that. And assuming you're interested in learning a game like that, it's... Yeah. I'm deleting that meme. Damp stone's been located, although... Oh, I know why. It's because of the water that's splashing down. So we should focus on this top side. Let's bring you up. Also, Stone, in regards to your comment on that air quotes meme post, couldn't agree more. Deleted it. Could not agree more. I don't think this should need to be said, but I don't really consider just being mean to animals a meme. Which is what someone just posted on my Discord. No matter how funny you think it is. All right, let's take up here and go all the way around. We will just construct where we need to be. Get up here. Wait, where are you going? Finally, that child began a mysterious construction. Yeah, it must have been gems they were lacking. It must have been gems. Uh-oh, my mayor wants something. Toy axe? Guess they're going up to finish this. Yep, naturally, it's going to get... A bunch of these are going to get blocked. That's fine. Let's get that last piece done. Needs raw adamantine. All right, that's fine. Just means that we are out of adamantine strands for now, which is fine. It's exactly where we want to be. So have you been stupid? What you been up to recently? You know, cutest, I know what you were talking about, but just reading that out of context is very strange. Reading that with no context is very, very, very strange. Like, just scroll back up in chat and look at the last thing that Cutest Ghost wrote with no context. Like, I almost want to just, like, screenshot that because that's very funny. All right, we're out of wafers stuffs, which is also good. Oh, no. Dwarf went to prison. 2 of my dwarves went to prison for offending the mayor. I also need more chains. All right, let's get bottom side constructed. And as always, you know, anything to keep the chat room moving today is very much appreciated. Chat's super lurky today. It's a weekend. Not that I dislike weekends, but if a day gets too quiet, I may consider changing a schedule around. And I've been thinking about it for Saturdays for a bit because, frankly, Saturdays are kind of rough sometimes. I like the Saturday streams. And I kind of like the days off I have right now. But, I don't know. Not as many people are interested in talking in chat on Saturdays. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. So anything you can do to help the chat keep moving would be greatly appreciated today. So I don't know. Let's do. May the best bet win. Oh, great. Well, that's definitely Whetstone. They're kind of a cavern in the way. Brilliant. All right, let's just stop right here. With 0 interactions with the surface? Be kind of boring. With 0 interactions. Don't really have an opinion on it. Play the game the way you want to play it. Literally anything to keep the chat moving. The Dwarven Libash Alilkodol, the Dwarven child, has created a willow bracelet named Sat Nok Gol and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Einod Tiktgems. It's worth 322,800 for a willow bracelet. Very expensive willow bracelet. This is a willow bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval raw adamantine cabochons and cassowary bone, and cave spider silk, and encircled with bands of mango wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cobaltite, alpaca wool, and menaces with spikes of silver. On the item is an image of dwarves in willow. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Dark Cosmos by the Rains of Terror and the Rag of Suns in the early spring of 550. On the item is an image of lesser yam plants in bitter orange. On the item is an image of stroked riddles. Such a strange word to read. In the willow bracelet in Felite. I don't know. Krabicus. No answer for that, because I don't know. Wouldn't that be a matter of opinion? I mean, I had the opportunity to put raw adamantine gem in it because they wanted a gem and I didn't have any gems. So I made a raw adamantine gem and called it. If one is given the opportunity to do a thing, might as well do the thing. Hey, Pilot, what's up?
I am the garbage man! Oh, yeah!
That sound command still scares me a little bit. I'm not... I don't make or wear bracelets, so I don't know. Into the studying. We'll hope the studying goes well and isn't too time consuming. I also don't wear watches. I have a phone. And everything I use has a clock on it. Why do I need a watch? Watches are mostly previous generation status symbol. Not something I'm interested in. Same with rings, to be honest. Very much a previous generation status symbol and not something that I need in my life. Not something that benefits me. Not something that's helpful. Not something that I want. Oh, you don't have to change it. It just freaks me out a little bit. I don't know why. There's something about it. It's just weird. But I think that's the point, so. And no, don't feel the need to change it. Yeah, I don't wear bracelets. I don't know. I used to have a friend growing up who, towards the end of really knowing him, he started wearing chains and bracelets and jewelry and stuff, and I always thought that that kind of bling was just a bit unnecessary. It's like an old style of peacocking that I feel like as a society we should grow out of, but maybe some people haven't yet. Oh, now I discover a downward passage. Raw adamantine! Praise the miners! Alright, well, I got a spot that we gotta fill in. Quite a few of them, actually. It's okay, we'll be able to dig through this. Enjoy unshackled wrists. I don't know what's funnier, the fact that you say that that's the best part about the day, or the fact that you described as having shackled wrists. It sounds so rough, having like to wear a Fitbit. Because like, you know, you'd expect somebody to be like, I get to take off my Fitbit and like not care about being fit for the weekend. But you're just like, no, I get to have unshackled wrists. Sounds so dramatic. It's just really funny. I do too, but I don't like the status and the... You know, it's sort of like the same... It's like buying a fancy car as a status symbol. You know? That's kind of the way watches are. And they've been that way for a really long time. Like, I do respect, like, the craftsmanship that goes into a handmade watch, but most watches aren't handmade anymore. Come on. Like, let's be real. Vast majority of them are, made with, machining. Fitbits have watches in them? Did they always have watches in them? Or am I thinking about, like, early gen Fitbits? I guess they're more of just a smartwatch then. Remember my ex got way into this balance wristband thing? It like went onto your wrist and it apparently had rare earth magnets in it that increase your circulation. I think it was snake oil. But she got way into these things for a bit and they were so fucking tight. They were obnoxious. I'm pretty sure that stuff was just... like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Snake oil. Maybe it wasn't, but... she spent way too much on those wristbands. I know that much. Of the purest quality. That's what I thought. Yeah. But she got way into those fucking things. All right, so this is going to go all the way down, and I think already has gone all the way down to here. So now we can dig this out. Actually, we don't need to do all this. But we can go down one. So the way we're going to do this is we are going to... Also, I actually need to dig out 2 chunks of this. You too. Screw pump. Pump from the north. So this is going to be made out of... This is going to be the part that takes forever to queue up. Do I not have any Gabbro blocks? I don't think I do. Block! Bat! Block! Rock! Apologies. 400. Do I not have any Gabbro? Shit. I need a magma safe block that I have. Like dolomites or calcite or kilonite would work. I don't have enough of it. Magnetite, native aluminum, obsidian, platinum nuggets, sulfurite. Actually, don't I have sulfurite? Nope. Was it? Yeah, no, but I don't have any. It's down here, yes. But I don't have any because it's not at the top. So, that just means I need to mine around a bit and find some magma-safe materials. Like I said, status symbol. There's nothing wrong with buying a status symbol. It's still a status symbol, though. I mean, my dad has a watch similar to this. But they're still status symbols. You want to fall down a rabbit hole, though? The official Hamilton watch featured in the hit video game Far Cry 6, which is one of the first unlockable upgrades in the game that literally just goes on your wrist so that you stare at this branded Hamilton watch the entire time. A Ubisoft original. So, you know, that's about how seriously I take watches as status symbols. Fucking hell, right? What's even better is when you see the price. That's where it really gets good. It's a brilliant piece of terrible marketing. That's how I would describe that. At first I was like, how to do VH to get F1 into Far Cry 6. I mean, I might be a little bit more... dude, if I could play as Lewis Hamilton, I might be a little bit more interested in Far Cry 6. I'll be honest. Watch from your link was affordable. Yeah, but like... The stupid of the few ruins the product for the many for me. So, I find it very difficult to take watches seriously when shit like that exists. It's going to be weird to have a race during the day, Hobo. I'm also pretty hyped for it. I think it'll be fun. Olivine is magma safe? Please, petrified wood. Hey, Mist Runner. What's up? Like, literally... no magma safe materials. This is kind of annoying. Phalite, slate, diorite, nice. Marble, schist, granite. A lot of granite. Granite's nice. I like granite. Not really a massive fan of having so much granite, though. It's like everything is just granite. Like, even, like, the lower layers down here is all granite. What the clase wasn't, was it? Don't think it is. Oh. Yeah, looks like orthoclase is. I mean, obsidian is. But it looks like orthoclase is magma safe. Unless I'm completely misreading that chart. So that would mean we could use orthoclase. How many orthoclase blocks do I have? My mom's texting me, so gotta respond to this. 10,000 blocks. Man, we're making Long Death proud. Yeah, apologies. My mom's in hospital right now, so gotta respond to her. Cheers, pilot. We'll see you when we see you. Okay, yeah, we got plenty of those. We got plenty. All right, so we can start working on this. Screw pump. Pump from the north. Actually, hold on. Let's just go make my life a lot easier. Why can't I forbid those ones? Weird. If I have to go mine out more orthoclase, I think that's what I have to do. All right, well, I'm going to queue up orthoclase, and we're going to go mine out a bunch of that. That's what we have to do. No, I can't even see it on the list of options. All right, well, what I can do is this. Oops. $17 games downloaded. Any high? What are you starting with first? Just realized I'm going up too high. Oh, more raw adamantine. Praise the miners, because that Dwarf did their job and dug into the magma sea and made it out just fine. Good work, Dwarf. Now let's seal that off. It shouldn't overflow. Keyword here is shouldn't. It might still overflow. But hell yeah, there we go. The bottom of the pump stack is ready. Did you ever buy the second ludicrously large bundle that itch.io put out? Because that one's also got a lot of stuff in it, which is why I ask. I mean, I think you're doing all right with the games that you've already got. I'm just saying. The sad part about those bundles is those bundles are like a perfectly good opportunity for a kid to have like 10 months worth of games. But I guarantee you everybody who's buying that bundle who knew that it existed probably were only buying it because, you know, probably were only buying it because they already knew about it, which kind of, actually, in my opinion, or probably already owned most of those games and will probably never touch them, which I think is kind of a bummer. There's so many good games out there that so many people own that will probably never get played. So that's going to get pumped up this way. So we're going to go around this way. So there will be a pump here, so it's going to then get pumped up from this side. Let me go up. with an airport game. A lot of those games are like, you know, only halfway functional, but a lot of them are also early access, but there's a lot of good stuff in that bundle. A lot of really good things. I'm going to not actually need this many. We are also directly giving lava creatures access to my fort, which is fun. So maybe that'll cause some unexpected surprise fun. Nah. Nah. All right, well, now it just goes into space. So we pause it. Because I don't need it to go up to here or here, obviously. And there they go. The dwarves go back to their gerbs. Just this legendary child out here who's having fun out in the sun. So you'll love to see it. All right. But yeah, regardless, I hope everybody out there is having a good sleepy weekend. So chat, I got a very serious question for all of you. Do I get mad at my neighbors that already have Christmas trees put up? Gotta go unforbid all of those blocks. Or do I just accept them for being wrong that it's too early to start Christmas? Because like I have like this primal desire to get unnecessarily annoyed with all of my neighbors that already have Christmas trees and Christmas lights set up. It's like, you missed the good holiday. It's too early. Some people seem to think that it's acceptable to just go put up Christmas lights the literal goddamn second that it gets kind of dark outside. It's like you're just giving in to corporate greed is all I see it as. And I think that that kind of sucks. You still haven't gone through half the pages? I've gone through it. I've actually, oddly enough, I went through those bundles, Aqua, and played the games I thought looked interesting, and bought 2 of them. Yeah, exactly. It's like you don't set up Christmas trees until like the end of November. Like I don't care if it's like late November. But like we're not even through October yet. I don't know. I have a solution for that, which may not be a solution for you, but it's a solution for me, and that's just simply refuse to go to the mall forever. Like, that's my solution, and you know what? So far, it's been working. My solution about being annoyed by Christmas music is I just don't... If there's a place that plays Christmas music, I don't go there. I literally will just leave. But not everybody has that option. You know, like some people work in places where... they have to be around Christmas music. Like in my old job, I certainly had to listen to Christmas music whether the fuck I liked it or not. Was you didn't have an option. You listened to the Christmas music because that played. We'd get written up if we turned it off. It was a fun job. Depressing country and western music soon. Can I ask you a question? Is there not depressing country and western? Because like I grew up in a part of town that really liked their country and western. And is there any not depressing country and western? Like it can be a good genre of music if it's done right, but in my experience with like country and western music is it always ends up just being fucking depressing and monotonous. Or incredibly sexist, or some combination of the two. It's either incredibly sexist or it's depressing and monotonous. It's all emo. It's all emo and it doesn't... They're emo and they don't even know. They think they're cool cowboys, but in reality, they're all just emo. That's funny, actually. Ironically, I like emo. I like some good, sad pop punk, but... That's really funny. I never thought about it that way. Emo cowboy punk? So, hold on a second. If that's just, like, pop punk emo with cowboy hats, cowboy boots, and an acoustic guitar and a violin, I'm in. Quite literally, like, I'm in. Give me that emo twang and guitar slide. Like, give me that. Because that sounds great. I'm not even joking. That genuinely sounds great. I would absolutely listen to that shit. Let's build this pump stack. Oops, that was a table. Not what I wanted to actually build. All right, let's go invade the neighbors again. I'm gonna send all 3 squads. Go get them, boys. Would be better. Buffalo chicken dip is done. Is that what was making you talk about depressing country music? Is the buffalo chicken dip? Airport game is K. All right. I mean, airport game cost you less than a penny. So... I wouldn't even be mad. Even if it was absolute dog shit. What are you doing, Dwarf? You're going to go sleep before... I mean, you gotta get a nap in before invading the goblins, right? Oh, that you work in a farm store. Oh. I'm so sorry. That's... I feel like that... Is that an enjoyable place to work? So I feel like that could be a really nice workplace. But, I don't know. Retail's retail, so... Makes you want to make a better one? I've definitely seen that response from some people on certain types of games. Alright, I need to use the restroom. I will be back in a minute. Alrighty, Ghost. We'll see you when we see you. You have a good night. Have a good weekend recovery, Spitalier. Thanks for gifting a sub earlier. And being like 40% of today's revenue. Sweet. Soldiers have returned. How'd the fight go? We just looted shit from them. They must all be dead. The game map must be bugged. All right. Well, let's quit looting these guys that are right next door and move on to greener pastures. This one is weird. So, this one is economically linked to me, but it's the humans that are at war with me. So the humans invaded and took over Malice Acted, which is this goblin pit. Then went to war with me. So it's economically linked to me. But it's also at war with me, which is really weird. It's just a very strange thing that I've never seen before. Let's raid these guys as soon as everybody's back. Starmancer already has very positive recent reviews, I think. Like, the people who are enjoying that game seem to be really enjoying it. You know, honestly, Mistrunner, when it comes to working retail, I don't think there is such a thing as retail with music that doesn't suck for the employees. Because it's either just the most generic muzak, I suppose, that you could have. Or it's like far too targeted to the demographic and thus not enjoyable for anybody. So it's either way too targeted towards the clientele or it's just too non-music-y to actually be enjoyable for anybody. Which is certainly suboptimal. You're just waiting for more dynamics. It's funny, like, all of the, like, real comments I've seen coming out of Starmancer over the past little while is just, man, this game, they all just kill each other. It's like they went too far down the RimWorld design hole of just making everybody murder each other. Sounds like it needs some mood taming. So maybe once little characters are less homicidal, the game will be more enjoyable. A little too easy? Interesting. That's not what I've heard. Although I'd rather hear too easy than unpleasantly difficult. So, sending the doors back out to go do a raid. Yeah, I used to do that when I worked at McDonald's, Mr. Runner. There was a relatively short period of time at one of the McDonald's locations that I worked at that lasted for a good couple of years. When I say relatively short period of time, because it's a relatively short period of time in the grand scheme of things of my time working at that place, but it lasted for quite a while. And it was this one location, or this one crew that I had at this one location that I worked at, where we all got along really well and we all had the same taste in music. So I would burn these 8-hour-long shift CDs, or DVDs actually, which we'd put into the DVD player and just play over the speakers. The first 3 hours was the normal shit that we had playing. So like the normal top 40 pop stuff, so no one would notice that I'd put on a CD. Then at about 11 o'clock at night, after the closing manager had left, the metal would come on. And it would play like the kind of metal that I was listening to in like the late 2000s. And because me and my friends all listened to it until about 4 o'clock in the morning, at which point it would switch to classic rock and music that the seniors who came in really early in the morning would enjoy. So a mixture of like classic rock and then like Billy Joel, which I guess also kind of fits into classic rock, but like that kind of music that seniors like. but also is entertaining to listen to for younger people. So I think there's the Beatles, stuff like that. We had like there was some Boston on there. Little bit of everything, but like still work appropriate, Oh, Elvis, that sort of stuff. It was good times. It was like one of the few periods of my workplace, and it was actually kind of amazing how quickly morale would instantly drop if one of the two bitchy morning managers would come in, shut off shut off the burned DVDs that we had, and immediately put on the top 40 crap again. Like instantly, work morale would just go, and we'd like slow right the fuck down, like immediately. It was like kind of amazing. You could like watch us get angry in real time. Worrying about keeping people happy at the expense of fast progression. I'm just going to say this. Dwarf Fortress has me spoiled. When games make me go down a tech tree, unless the tech tree is really well designed, I usually just get mad that I don't have all of my options off the start, especially if there are options that make taking care of your people easier, because it's like you're pointing me in a specific direction by removing my options, and I really hate that. Dwarf Fortress is just so kind to the player, whereas some of these other games treat you like a complete idiot. I know that tech trees are very popular and people like them, but I genuinely feel like tech trees are wasting my time most of the time. Unless the entire game is designed from the ground up around the tech tree, which some of them are. And then duck sauce. I feel like the Spanish punk rocks, like I've heard Spanish punk rock before. That's great. Also, duck sauce? What? Why would duck sauce be in there? Also, has duck sauce done anything since Barbra Streisand? Because that's the only duck sauce song that I remember. Oh yeah, no, totally. Duck sauce is great, but I'm just gonna give you this reason why I think that, or where my dislike of tech trees started. It was when RimWorld decided to put batteries underneath a tech tree. Like, you don't start with batteries anymore. It just suddenly made the game get indefinitely annoying to progress. Because I always felt as though, rather than moving towards a greater goal, this dwarf's going in the military. Rather than moving towards a greater goal, I just kind of felt that the game was wasting my time. And that is the worst feeling you can get from a video game, just period. Which is actually like the reason I stopped enjoying playing RimWorld. Is it just started to feel like it was wasting my time. I mean, I don't play Don't Starve for a reason. I mean, Squug, you probably can tell the difference between a game that you get better at skill-wise and a game that gets better at letting you have fun toys, right? Like, there's a very fine balance between a satisfying game loop of the player getting better at the game and a satisfying game loop of the game giving you more toys. Like, I know that you enjoyed this game, Undermine. You enjoyed that game, Undermine, right? Like, I hate that game because to me, Undermine undermines, my skill as a player. And instead of giving me cool toys, it just wastes my time with shitty toys. And the character feels like absolute garbage to control initially. And it takes like a couple dozen runs to get enough unlocks to make your player character feel fun to play. And I've played so many games like that that it just irritates the crap out of me now. Because I know that after I've put 25 hours into the video game, the character will be fun to control and play. Which is part of the reason I don't play a lot of modern run-based games, is because I just get mad at them almost immediately. Because I'm like, well, you want me to sit here and fucking waste my time for the next, like, 10 hours to make the game fun to play? Fuck you. I don't want to play your game. Make a game that's fun to play from the start. The controls of that game kind of sucked. The controls of that game were awful. And it's like, I see so many game developers talking about like removing toys from the player in order to make the game better. It's like, what? That doesn't logically work. Stop doing that. Dreams of mastering a skill. Sure. Join the military. Single-minded, does not trust others, doesn't have a great standards, can you handle stress? You're indifferent. Okay, join the military. Cool. Okay, I'm just gonna let dwarves come in and do whatever. And any dwarves that have professions that I really don't want them doing, I will change. As is need. Like you, you're a peasant. You have no profession. Unbelievably stubborn. Sounds familiar. Creature to my heart. Fulfilled by assisting those in need. You can have butchery and tanning. Let's make a new squad for you. And a Boyer in here. You can also join that new squad. Yeah, I did not like that game. I don't know. It's low on your list of games that you need to go back to. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I saw a lot of people make a huge deal about how great they thought that game was, and I don't know. I genuinely think that game is terrible. Because of its... the way it limits the player. It's just not fun to play. But, you know, I know for a fact that I'm very much in the minority of opinions on that, but... It's what you felt about FPSs when they started doing the bullshit where you can only carry around 2 guns around. Yeah, no, I feel the same way. Like, I much prefer... if I'm going to play an FPS, I much prefer an FPS where I can carry 3 dozen guns and full ammo for all of them. Unless there's, like, a legitimate mechanical reason to only take certain guns in. Like, you know, games like Deus Ex, I'm going to be significantly more understanding about, like, limited loadouts and such, but definitely, like, boppy bounce-around shooters, yeah, no. Absolutely, you want that shit to feel good. Also, hey, nobody important. How you doing? It's funny that I'm complaining about, like, tech trees and meta progression when, like, I'm going to go play Rift Wizard, or not Rift Wizard, Rift Breaker later today, which is all tech trees and meta progression, but that's also a literal fucking tower defense game. And it's designed around progressing through a tech tree. Like, that just is the game. So that's kind of a different thing. If you started with everything, then it would be a sandbox mode, which that game probably has at some point. Like, I do think the tech trees certainly have their purpose in certain types of games, but in skill-based games, they drive the ever-living crap out of me. Drive me fucking nuts. And I can't stand them in skill-based games. Because it's like the whole point and reason why this type of game is satisfying is the player getting better at the game, and if you're going to remove that, there goes, like, all of the enjoyable fun that I can get out of your game immediately. And I just don't want to play it anymore. Yeah, and then maybe you can't get through certain doors or something. I mean, it works in certain types of games, Squad. It works in, like, action RPGs, for example. But that's because the whole game loop is the the loot, right? So you go out, you get loot, you come back, you go out, you get more loot, you come back. Like that is the progression. But I don't think it works in roguelikes for me at all, and never will, because roguelikes, the progression and the entertainment I get out of a roguelike is going out, doing the run, making mistakes, losing, and learning how to get better at it. No, absolutely. I completely agree with you on JRPGs. Yeah. I can't stand the glacial pace that they are at. Vakar. The engraver is in a strange mood. And it's a craft store shop. Of course. Good luck, Dwarf. Go make something cool. We'll check in if we don't hear from you. I don't mind spongy enemies, assuming the spongy enemies are fun to fight. The problem with a lot of spongy enemies is they're often not fun to fight. It's artificial difficulty instead of actual difficulty. You know, something like Dark Souls has actual difficulty because it's about learning patterns and memorizing and getting better. Same with like a shoot 'em up, like a top-down shooter, or like, you know, a game like Contra. You know, it's all about memorizing patterns and then executing on your memorization. That is a skill that you learn playing that game. Like if every time you died in Contra you got 2 more HP, it would be a much different, more boring game. That's less interesting, right? But what makes Contra still an interesting game to this day is that, you know, there are people that are... Wow, you guys have been gone for a long time. Okay. This dwarf is moving really slowly. The reason those dwarves haven't come back from the raid is because this one hasn't made it out to the raid. Just a sponge where the enemy stands still and you still have... Why am I... Okay, so I know what you're talking about, Cursed Metal, but I'm just sitting here and wondering... and just imagining SpongeBob, and he's just like an endless bullet sponge, and you're just like beating up SpongeBob, and he's still just like standing there going, eh. That's the image I get in my head. Yeah, like I know that you're talking about bullet sponges and like unfun bullet sponges to fight, you know, but I'm just sitting here like just imagining SpongeBob. Also, chat investments are open. I was on a possible list of people to get sponsored to play Eldest Souls, and they ran out of budget. I'm curious why, because I never got around to playing it. Why were you disappointed by Eldest Souls? I'm actually like surprised that games are allowed to call them something Souls. It's a modified version of the Krug Smash, of one of Krug Smash's texture packs. Yeah. It's modified specifically, or by my own artist. By Krug Smash's request. I asked him if he was okay with me streaming it with it, and he said, yeah, assuming you change it. So we edited it. Yeah, Hobo got it. Thanks, Hobo. Although this is a slightly different version of that one. All right, what'd you grab, Dwarf? Okay, spider silk cloth, eye leather, pigtail cloth, red zircons, eye leather, mango wood logs, pigtail cloth, slate, and diorite. How many dwarves are we at? No, less, because they all left to go kill things. And they're back. How'd the fight go? The defenders are led by a human. So we are attacking the human settlement in a goblin pit that is linked to us. That the humans took over, and then they decided to go to war with us. The human outmatched the dwarf. Uh-oh, missed him with the cunning plan. The defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, that's not good. No, wasn't too bad, though. It looks like there was only one human there. The dwarf Dastot floor spray surprised the human id, even though he had a strong positional advantage, and the human id was struck down by the dwarf Dastot floor spray in malice acted. So it looks like there was only one human there, and we looted treasure and stole their stuff. Good stuff. We got stuff. Stuff has been acquired. Ugh, yeah, no kidding. I mean, there's a certain type of person for that. And that type of person is not me, so maybe it's a good thing they didn't give me money to play that one. You know, it's funny. I've been sponsored to play quite a few games in my years of streaming video games on the internet as a job, and there are some games that I've taken sponsorships for that I feel fine about, and then there are some that I feel genuinely bad about. For a second, your mind thought tribute. No. No, I'm not gonna make you do tributes for this fort. Of the bad ones? What game? The games that I feel bad taking money from? I'm not going to name specific names, but there was a game that I kind of feel bad about taking the sponsorships for Ultimate Adam. He says after he says he's not going to name names. But there's a few student projects that to this day still aren't out that were doing sponsorships for streamers. They were just looking for testers, and they paid well, but like, I don't know, I feel kind of bad about taking their money. That's mostly all it really is. I took a sponsored stream for a game called Sin Slayers. The company that was sponsoring me did something kind of crappy during that. They rebroadcast me to the Steam page without telling me or asking my permission. It wasn't in the deal, so that wasn't cool. But then, like, 8 months later, the game got delisted from Steam, and you can't buy it anymore. Vakar, the engraver, created Gast Kahoch, a granite figurine of Ineth Rockgears. She claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Locum Painted Talked. Bembul Gutted, the mechanism of utter rances. That's a long. Oh wait, no, that's the other one. This one. Cloven Fine, Cleve Con Fine, Cleve on Fine, Cleve on Fine, Cleves on Fine. This is a diorite figurine of Ineth Rockgears. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of Ineth Rockgears, the dwarf and dwarves in diorite by Vakor Mtendok. Ineth Rockgears is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ineth Rockgears to the position of Queen of the Rag of Suns in the year 321. It is decorated with eye leather and encircled with bands of oval slate cabochons, mango wood, and pigtail. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail and red zircon and eye leather. On the item is an image of dwarves in diorite. On the item is an image of the unswerving razor, the raw adamantine crown in silk. Are you banging 7-gram rocks, Bastet? Does anybody else miss that meme at all, or just me? Got one speed, one gear, go. Was that Auto-Tune the News who did that? I can't even remember. Also, I haven't said this enough today, so chat, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for supporting this channel in any way that you can. Because I get to have the coolest job in the world because people out there support me and help pay me to do this. So cheers to anybody who's tuned in today, followed the stream, cheered, thrown money at me, gifted subs, or just resubbed, or just even hung out, because it's been a little slow. Been chill. So thanks for hanging out. Beer from your drawing? Well, you don't have to post beer, but you can if you want. It's not a bad little crowd of dwarves training down there we got. Let's check how we're doing for metals right now. Bars. Low on the iron. Let's do silver hammer. Silver war hammers. Let's make 20 of those. We're lacking some weapons, so we need some weapons. Kind of need my military to just train for a bit, because I got a lot of newbies in there. Oh, a lot of newbies. Would you be any good in the military? Dreams of mastering a skill is unfazed by the thoughts of others. That's good. Get in the military. Basically putting peasants into the military so that they can get some basic skills. Pretty calm day today, all things considered. Pretty calm day. I read that as Vladimir. The Mysteries of the Veiled Mire. I think I'm gonna raid them. Try and get that Mysteries of the Veiled Mire. Send the 2 better squads, not the rookies. The 2 better squads. It's good to have enthusiasm and be excited and interested in working on things. It's always a good feeling. Are you posting them anywhere aside from my Discord or just on my Discord? So I would go make a sneaky little blog and start posting them somewhere.
Woo!
Just so a Mist Runner posted in memes. That's pretty funny. I can relate. Yeah, we raiding baddies. Alien Slayer, how are you doing on this fine weekend? Yeah. This fine, lazy weekend. Tossid has made a silver warhammer. Hell yeah. What time of year are we in? Early autumn? Good stuff. Weather is nice. It's been like torrential downpour and thunderstorms for the past 4 days, and I've been loving it. I love this kind of weather. Oh, well. The enemy have come and are raiding the fortress. Well, this could be very bad. And are laying siege to the fortress. The reason that this could be very bad is I just sent my military out. Although these guys aren't riding horses, which is actually a good thing. Now, the reason that this could be very bad is because depending on where my squads spawn, they might just get slaughtered. Although there's not a lot of them. It's a very small human raid. Human siege. So we should be able to obliterate them without too much trouble. Okay, so my dwarves are still leaving to go raid Bladeville. How many are still on the map? Not very many. But they're all leaving. Not sure where you are. Oh, there you are. I see. They're all leaving topside. All right, well, Let's get underground and just lock the door. I picked a very bad time to send my squads out. Certainly doesn't mean we're guaranteed to lose my squads or anything, but doesn't change the fact that it's very poor timing. Drowning time? It's a siege. So, sorry, it's not a siege. It's a human invasion. So they won't go into the trap. The humans and the goblins invade differently. The humans hang around on the surface until you come out and fight them, or until they leave. The goblins will just run in. So the goblins you can trap. The humans you really can't. I mean, you kind of can, but not really. So I need to wait until my soldiers come back and we need to kill them. So drowning them, unfortunately, will not do anything. They're just going to go hang out on the front porch. All right, how'd this fight go? Okay, so it worked. We won the fight. Oh man, I got a bunch of beak dogs out of this. Sweet, beak dog leather. All right, issue is I now have soldiers that are returning. And I can't give them orders until the military commander is on the map. Yeah, I still can't give them orders. Chat, can I get a round of beers? If you're lurking in the stream, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. Yeah, now they're going to go kill them. Yeah, I can't give either of them orders yet. Considering only one of them is actually back on the map. But fortunately, it's a very small human siege. Oh, also, they can't even enter the map because there's no way in. So what we're going to do is we're going to go open up the drowning pool. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, bot does indeed speak German. Bot speaks a lot of languages. So I'm trying to let my soldiers onto the map. Okay, now they're running onto the map. Because they have a way into the fort. Problem is they are going to run into the humans in a literal second. I cannot give them any orders. Wait, are the humans going in there? Wait, really? No, they're just idling. All right, Dwarf runs in and goes into combat. So we'll see how this goes. It's 1 down, 2 kills for Hatch. Come on, Dwarf, you can do this. Where's the rest of them? It's just this one dwarf against the world, apparently. Okay, here comes another one. Here comes more backup. Sweet. Siege is done. Strikes a gilding blow. The wrestler strikes the human bowman in the lower body with his iron shield, bruising the muscle and bruising the right kidney, and it is a gelding blow. Literally decapitated his nuts. Well, you found some that don't work? I mean, it's not perfect. Hit him in the ball! Basically, like, went full on, oh, what do you call it? Oh yeah, they're just leaving. Quite literally went full, Sniper Elite on him. Alright, let's open the doors. Let's let the dwarves back in. I mean, basically what I did was I said, hey, chat, what's your native language and how do you spell the word beer in that language? And then Google translated them to make sure no one was giving me swear words. And I just made it work. So I tried to get most languages, even some that I can't type in on my keyboard. Like Sanskrit works, for example. His ball sack went ball whack. Yeah, like that one don't work. Although, is that even correct? I thought it's just B-I-E-R. I don't know. Oh, is that French? I should just not make that work because French. Boop indeed. Thanks for the Prime sub for the 15th month. How you doing, Soaps? How's things? Can't mass dump them all. Wonder where that is. Something's stuck somewhere. Oh, and dwarves have arrived and are here to trade. It's time to slaughter some beak dogs as well. Beak dog lunchies. Tired the rain is here? What's wrong with you? The rain's great. It's wonderful. Best time of year. So happy that we have rain finally. We had too long of sun. We've had 5 days of rain. Just let the rain stay for a bit. If you want sun, move further south. Then you'll have more sun than you'll ever want. All for the rain. This is my most productive season. It's my feel best about life season. My happy season. I love the rain. The rain's wonderful. Yo, Soaps, have you seen the game The Rift Breaker? First off, I think you might like it. But the main reason I think you might like it is because it's kind of a tech showpiece. It's a little top-down game, but don't be fooled by it because it's got ray tracing and all of the fancy shedangles. This dwarf is moving so slowly. What are you carrying? Unabridged author. A literal treasure chest. Well-crafted pyrolistite off coffer. Your steel short sword on all your armor. This dwarf needs some strength training, I think. Look at how slowly they're moving. Yeah, it's on Steam. I wonder if it's on Humble yet. I should figure that out. Oh, it is. It's on Humble. So if you want to give me money, you can. but it's cool. Cool game. I'll be playing some of that later today. Where are you going, Dwarf? Such an odd route to take. Bring our trader up here. And let's get to trading. Yeah, we haven't been invaded by the goblins yet, so I haven't gotten to do any drowning. It's kind of sad. Looks like a mech war RTS. It's not an RTS. It's more like, it's controlled kind of like Factorio. You control one character and you run around. It's more of a little action RPG kind of thing. It's sort of like a tower defense, Factorio, They Are Billions action game. It's like, name 5 things that are in indie games that are popular right now. That game's probably got all of them. The only one it's missing. Yeah, except there's no conveyor belts though. That's the thing. There's no conveyor belts. All right. So it's not actually that much like Dyson Sphere Project or Factorio. It's OS locked and you can't enjoy it. Oh, is it not on Linux? Yeah, I am not knowledgeable in that regard. Yeah, it's only on Windows. I'm sure you could make it work through Wine, but I don't know too much about how that shit works. But, you know, it's just one of the billion reasons why I don't bother. Sub-wire feasts. For the purpose of Sanctuary. Did we release a prisoner? We did. Windows 10? Oh, are you one of those? Oh. Well. I can't even pity you at that point, because that's just your decision. So, you know, a friend of mine used to always say, vote. Because if you vote, then you have the right to complain. With OSs, update. So that you can bitch about it. If you don't update, you can't bitch about it. So that's on you. Like, at least with Linux, it's like, yeah, you can just make it work fine in Proton. But with Windows 7, it's like, well, that's just, you're just being silly now. But that's on you. Can't help you there. Like, I will update to Windows 11 as soon as I have a computer that's compatible with it. Just so that I, you know, won't bitch about things that are exclusive to it. Do I want a human in my fortress? Not really. I don't really feel like managing your clothing. Next year installing of XP just for Windows. I mean, like, the last time I was that person was... last time I was like that, what was with Vista. I skipped Vista, but ever since then, it's like Windows 10's fine. It's like if you're that attached to 7, just go Linux. You're better off. Oh no, absolutely. Which is why I haven't updated to Windows 11. Like, you're not supposed to update to Windows 11 unless you have a current gen processor, which I don't have. So, like, I looked it up and like, yeah, no, it's not worth it for me right now. But I will update as soon as but basically next time I build a computer, I will update. But this computer will stay 10. Because there's no reason to update. Meditate on murder. That's a hell of a god, man. You know, they used to say if your religion tells you to kill people, you're in the wrong religion. And this dwarf is just meditating on murder. Yeah, right, this god. The god of painting, inspiration, poetry, persuasion, speech, and murder. Gremlin from Air. I agree. Hi, Diamond. Yeah, but like, we're talking about Windows 10 and a brand new OS, right? We're not talking about like 7 versus 10. So I don't know. If you're still running Windows 7, you're just being silly. But you know, you do you, and if that makes you happy, do it. I can't judge. I've done plenty of silly, out-of-date things with plenty of computers in the past. Yeah, I know you're talking about 11, but no, there's plenty of reasons to not update to 11 right now. But give it a year, and there will be plenty of reasons to update to go with Windows 11. The Forgotten Beast, Nubpo Borura Taboahode has come. A huge quadruped composed of vomit. It has a long, spilling trunk and appears to be emaciated. Beware its spill. Great, so it's a giant monster composed of vomit. Beware its vomit. Excellent. It's going to come puke on us. Let's go get puked on. I'm sending everybody outside to just go fight it. Go fight this beast. Watch it get into the fortress faster than we can get to it. It's a pretty large army, though. Oh, here he cometh. Here he cometh. Uh-oh, I'm going to just lock the door real quick. Because this is a artifact door. I'm just going to wait for some of the dwarves to get here. All right, we can unlock the door. Belinair, thank you very much for the raid. We're just fighting with a Forgotten Beast composed of vomit, and it's already lost a foot. A huge quadruped composed of vomit. It has a long swinging trunk of vomit and appears to be emaciated of vomit. And beware its deadly spittle, aka more vomit. And then the fights begin like this. And splort, it's dead. Who got it? The Swordmaster slashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with Orstrat Nurskrat, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Excellent. And then they all go back inside. And then they all go back inside. Feels satisfied after teaching engraving and doesn't feel anything when joining an existing conflict. Well, at least you're not getting more upset about your current industry job and murdering things. I would have gobbled it up in 2 seconds. You're not wrong. Baliner, how was the stream today? How was Honey, I Joined a Cult? The server keys for work need Windows 11 or the latest Mac OS to connect now? Yeah. I mean, you work in a job where you have to have the newest shit, and that makes sense, right? But I hope that the stream was good. If you guys don't know Belinair, you should go give Belinair a follow. He's a fantastic Finnish lad, part of my stream team. Go watch his streams. Be entertaining. Although he streams at exactly the same time as me some days now, so I don't ever get to tune in and say hi. All I'm saying is you should start earlier so I can swing by. I try to. That's also on me, too. But currently we are working on filling this up with lava, which currently has some water and logs at the bottom of it. But we're working on making it all lava. So, one thing at a time. But we're getting there. We are indeed getting there. And, of course, you know, fighting with people and all that stuff. It's been fun so far. Although I do actually currently have kind of a problem, which is I don't actually have any magma-safe materials. What is this? Stuff, right? You were really digging Cult? Cult life was the life for you? Your Harfield being a cultist is alright with me? I don't know where that came from, but sounded amusing in my brain and was less amusing in practice. Alright, gotta mine out a bunch of stuff because I need all this fool's gold. Actually not sure how much of it I'll be able to get to, but we'll try. And free love and darkness. Free love and darkness. Where does the darkness come in? Also, if love is free, then you don't feel like you earned it. From being finished. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Glad that you're enjoying it. Yeah, we're gonna probably do another hour of this while I fiddle with things. We're going to continue fiddling with things in this and working on this until, I don't know, 4 p.m. It's about 3 right now, and then I'm going to go play Rift Breaker. Yeah, then it's not love anymore. It ceases being love at a certain point. Then it's just legitimate paid for entertainment. Wait. It's added bonus. I mean... it's certainly a bonus, that's for sure. Although, let's be honest, everybody pays for love. Right? Do you have any idea how many dinners I've bought for pretty girls? Shit's expensive, okay? Like in DLC. Yeah, like in DLC, exactly. Love has costs a lot of expensive lattes. Oh, also, speaking of stupid shit that nobody should buy, I need to post this just because Bellinair's here. And also because Soaps is here. Bellinair, I found you the Bitcoin miner of your dreams. Don't actually buy it. That's all I'll say. I'm liking it because I think it's funny. Not because people should actually buy it. It's not great, but it is clever. It's a neat idea. I'd like to see it implemented better. All right. Well, we'll let them get busy with that. They're going to have a lot of digging to do. It's not super powerful, but they do have a chart of how much power it uses and how much coin you'll mine. That I think is my favorite bit. You would use that if you weren't broke? I mean... same. Although I'm not broke. I've spent about, I don't know, 50 bucks on lattes in the last, or expensive coffees in the last two and a half years on dates. None of them went anywhere. But $5 a pop, that shit gets expensive. Sometimes $6. And I like expensive coffee. But my expensive coffee never goes above $5. Means inefficient power use? Oh, it's absolutely true. I mean, the main reason I'm not interested in that thing is because it's Bitcoin. If it was a even remotely more sustainable coin, I'd be more interested. And also if it was $500 cheaper. But at fucking $1,100, absolutely no. Like, if it was a crypto miner that mined an Ethereum altcoin or something that's actually got some value potential, I'd be interested. But the fact that it's just Bitcoin, I'm not interested. Bitcoin is going up in price? Yeah, because it's really fucking hard to mine. So you won't get much of it. basically, if it was mining an actually interesting coin that I was interested in investing in, then it would be interesting to me. Or if it was mining a coin that had returns. But now, see, that's something I would be interested in buying. Because I've been looking into getting a mini server for a few things. So you don't spend much on the heating bill? I don't spend much on my heating bill. So I don't have a Bitcoin miner, Pandorific. But you know what I do have? I have East Indian neighbors above me and next to me. Right? You know what they like? Heat. You know what they do when it gets even remotely cold? They crank their heat up. I had one cold day in my apartment where it was like below 10 degrees when it got cold. And since then it's been above 18 because my neighbors turn their heat on. And so they're heating my apartment above me and next to me. Because I like the cold and have my window open all the time. So like it'll be 10 degrees outside and I'll just have my windows open. I love it. I in a t-shirt. Like I like this weather. But like my neighbors will be like, "Oh God, it's under 20. Turn the heat up." So yeah, I mean, in the winter I spend like maybe $50 every other month on power for heating. Zychron, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? Hope you had a good stream. What were you playing? Were you playing Riftbreaker? Old guy, what's up? See, no, because like, yeah, I mean, here. Give me a second. Dwarf Fortress is currently only using 15% of my CPU. That's twice what OBS is using. And this is a pretty big fort. Like, DF doesn't use that much CPU. Maybe rendering a video. Yeah, that would. That'd do her. Anything else? Nah. So migrants have arrived. I'm at the point where I can just let them show up. Oh, they brought a bunch of sheep. Are those pets? Oh no, never mind. Not sheep. Water buffaloes. Cool. Slaughter them. Eat them. They sound delicious. Baby buffalo burgers. We call them BBBs. Peasant. You like art? Join the military. Get an axe. Raid and fade. Have a good night's sleep. Cheers, Icon. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Dwarves is good. We are building this big old tower, slowly, and we're going to try, once I have the right materials, to dump a bunch of lava into this pit. So this hole will be filled with fiery red stuff, sooner rather than later, hopefully. But we gotta actually, get the right materials first. And currently I don't have them, so we are working on mining out a bunch of orthoclase, which, as far as I'm aware, is magma safe, which is what we need. We need lava safe materials. So, because we need to pump the lava like 170 Z levels or some bullshit. We have to pump the lava pretty far. I also need to finish all these pipes, all these corkscrews, so I need more iron. It costs me about $25 a month to heat my apartment. Now, if they can make a Bitcoin miner that's also an air conditioner, I know that wouldn't work that way. That would be horribly inefficient. If they can make that, if we could figure out how to science that, that'd be wonderful. Because that's the actual problem that I have. What I'm actually doing is I'm growing ivy all over my patio, which is helping with the heat already. You're very much into the cold? Yeah, no, I like the cold. I like fluctuating seasons. Gives me a baseline of knowledge. Yearly? Or... Also, I mean, you'd still have to sell it, right? That's the actual issue. Is you'd still have to sell it monthly. Damn. So cooler. Like the actual like Galaxy Brain play here is buy 10 of them. Have a very warm house. Just let it. That's not bad, dude. That's not nothing. You make a sauna with them. Yeah, absolutely. Just sit in your money sauna. It brings a new meaning to the term bathing in money. Probably electrocute yourself horribly. $100 to sell and invest in a better coin. Yeah, that's basically all I'd do. Invest in Cardano, probably. You wait the day that industrial facilities use Bitcoin miners to smelt metal. I'm trying to imagine that in a not science fiction sense. And I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around it. You know, like, it's funny, though. Like, so my parents, they run a school for little kids, right? And in the winter, they have 4 space heaters in there. And I'm sitting there, I'm going, I wonder how much power those space heaters take. And I'm wondering if that miner would be safe around children. And if it would be like a legitimate business investment to do that. I wonder. It's probably not worth it, but I wonder. Those underground coin mining facilities that people set up. Does anybody remember that supposed Bitcoin mining operation that got shut down, which was just a whole bunch of PlayStation 3s? You know what that turned out to be? It was them bot running FIFA matches to get FIFA cards. Which is worse, not better. It's infinitely funnier, but yes, it is also worse. I never said it was better. I just think it's infinitely more hilarious. Still terrible, but infinitely more hilarious. Like, come on. How is that? Is that not funny? Or am I just a bad person? It's okay to tell me that I'm a bad person, because I know I am. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Sobes. You can make stupid amounts of money botting currency in video games. I know somebody who, whose dad made a killing. Well, I don't really know. Friend of a friend's dad made a killing off of hacked Diablo 2 items, selling them online. We would use exploits to design broken items and then would sell them on eBay. And he made a killing. For running PlayStations? I don't know about local laws for that stuff. I think it was noise complaints, wasn't it? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, it was just generalized weird noises that they were hearing. I mean, have you ever put a PS3 in a room or a PS4 in a room and tried to not get annoyed by the sound it makes? 'Cause those fuckers are loud. It makes this awful bzzz sound. Wait, you mean what trading card game are you talking about, Cooler? Also, as in Striker, that just means that you're not committing hard enough. The only reason your processors aren't getting hot enough to actually smelt anything is because you're just not trying hard enough. You just need to commit more. Unstole power. I think that's the case for a lot of those. A lot of them are squatting on power and stealing power. Like, I feel like that's usually the reason those things get shut down. Or at least part of the reason why those things get shut down. Yeah, I mean, there's reasons why I just don't play games where that's even an option in the first place, because I always just assume that if I can play a game, or if a game gives me the option to simply not play the game, and instead pay money to play the game, I will assume by default that the game is balanced for that, and thus I don't care. Which is why I don't play free-to-play games generally, because I assume that they are not balanced for me to have fun just playing the game. They are balanced for me to spend money on the game. So, what's the point? Quite literally. Like, what is the point? And that's all I have to say about video games in the current era. As I assume that they're designed to be not fun so that I spend money. And I want my games to be fun. I know that's a really weird statement to make, but controversy aside, I like fun games. And games that just make me pay money that generally aren't very fun. Speaking of fun games that aren't very fun, did you guys see that blockchain games have been banned from Steam? So if you make a game that has blockchain integration for NFTs, you're not allowed on Steam. Steam just removed a dozen of them or so, and has put it into their terms of service that you're not allowed to put blockchain games on Steam. I see this as a net positive. I mean, there's for every bad example of a free-to-play game, there will be 10 examples of a good free-to-play game, right? I still don't play them. Like, it doesn't matter how good the balancing is. If it's going to try and tempt me into paying for things, I would rather play Dwarf Fortress, which is a good example of a free-to-play game. As somebody who likes cryptocurrency, NFTs are fucking moronic. I hate them. So fucking stupid. And I like crypto. And I do believe that there is a future in crypto. I don't think it's NFTs. Although, I'm also pretty open to making fun of crypto. Because I think that stuff's fun to make fun of. In a house that had 2 fuse boxes, because in the past they would grow stuff with the law, and they had a 60 amp box in the basement. Nice. Hey, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do to get by, right? Soaps? Well, I mean, some of you might remember, Steam actually used to accept cryptocurrency for games. You could buy Steam games for Bitcoin at one point. There was a good long while where that was a thing that you could do. You could buy games on Steam with Bitcoin. They then walked that back because they said that it was too damaging and inconsistent. And this was back when Bitcoin was worth like maybe 1,100 bucks. 2013, 2014 was when that was. They have some sort of side hustle. Yeah, I mean, everybody needs a side hustle to a degree. They've since fixed that mostly, but it's kind of actually bizarre to me that they've never allowed crypto purchases again. But you know, this is what it is. No, totally. Soaps. I'm planning on doing that next year, actually, on my porch. We'll see how it goes. Just for fun more than anything. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Also, sorry for the crypto talk. I know some people get annoyed by that shit, but I don't know. I think it's fascinating. It's like the closest thing to science fiction we have in reality right now. So I think that stuff's fascinating. Just academically incredibly interesting, if nothing else. As many problems as it has, and as many things as need to be fixed about it, like, it's absolutely fascinating, in my opinion. Why would they have to add finance to their business model? It's just a different payment platform. Crypto's pretty regulated these days. In most countries, anyway. At least most Western countries. Pretty regulated. Not as regulated as money, but still considered an investment. I don't want to be a money trader. How's it a money trader, though? If you're just using it as a way to purchase. No, I'm not saying selling crypto. Buying a game with Steam. It's literally like... Oh, jeez. I fucked this up. Yeah, no, that's totally different things. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Let's just go up to the surface. No, I do not want to do this. Okay, well, how do I want to do this then? Because I got a bunch of dwarves that are just stuck in this thing. Oopsies. There we go. Just let them dig out. I mean, Valve used to. You used to be able to buy games on Steam with Bitcoin. But, you know, I think the actual reasoning why they don't isn't because it's not usable as actual currency, but it's because the vast majority of people who are holding any cryptocurrencies are hoarding cryptocurrencies. They don't want to trade. They don't want to share. That's the actual issue. And then there's the TF2 market, which is basically NFTs. TF2 market is like one step removed from NFTs as far as I'm concerned. That shit's wild. Like, that shit's bonkers. It's kind of insane, actually, the way that stuff works. I mean, works is a relative term, but it's like the TF2 market is wild. Okay, so you pump from the north. We could actually just use native platinum blocks. Enormous iron, pipe section. So I know a guy who works at Twitch. That's like saying my uncle works for Nintendo. I know, but I know a guy who works for Twitch, who paid for all of his food through school, which was 6 years of schooling, mining Bitcoin and buying pizzas for 12 to 20 BTC per pizza. And he's still a Bitcoin millionaire. He finished school with about, with as he puts it, 6 digits of Bitcoin. But sold more than that, with 6 digits worth of Bitcoin, but spent more than triple that on pizza. So I mean, I would hate life if I did that. If I came out the other end like just well off instead of a billionaire, which is what he would have been probably, or at least a multi-millionaire. But I would have been pretty pissed. Still better off than... Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely better off than broke, for sure. You know what I'm salty about? I'm salty that... Because my first buy-in for Bitcoin was in 2014. And at the time, I had less than $1,000 in my bank account and was kind of broke. Couldn't really afford much. So I put about $10 in, which is now worth about $1,800, which is not bad. But man. And his mining rig, when it was at 2K, not in contact anymore, would have left in his face. Yeah. I was going to say, maybe that's a you problem. Unless he was a dick, in which case, meh. Yeah, I don't know. I try not to be a dick about that sort of stuff. Like, I'm not crypto rich by any stretch. Like, it's... But I do have enough crypto that I pay taxes on it. So I have to claim it as assets. So I don't know. I just I think that it's fascinating. It's some of the most fascinating technology we've developed in the last several decades, and I hope that it gets to a point where it's more productive and less get rich quick schemey, because it has so many practical applications. I have that with a few people. Yeah, there's actually this one person who I'm no longer in contact with deliberately, and literally I have another friend who I used to hang out with that person, and every time we hang out, inevitably for about 30 minutes, we will talk about how much we dislike that other person. Whenever we hang out, and we hang out like once or twice a month during normal times. During pandemic times, I'd say these days I see him about... I mean, I went to the island with him, so I saw him like last week, but I see him maybe once a month-ish. But yeah, every time we hang out, inevitably that person comes up and we sit there and we bitch about him for about 30 minutes every time. Every goddamn time. Like, remember that one time this person said that to so-and-so? Like, that kind of shit. It's an inevitability. It's always going to happen. I would say for me personally, it's kind of a tie between Ethereum and a few select Ethereum altcoins, and Cardano. because Cardano's like the green alternative to Ethereum. The problem with Cardano is Cardano doesn't have as many features yet. No, not yet. Well, they're some of their features of 2.0's out, but it's not fully released. They're getting there. All right, so we've mined out that, meaning I'm just going to crank up this priority. I don't necessarily agree with that, Muggy, but there's elements of truth to that statement. There's elements of inaccuracies to that statement. I mean, there's always a risk of putting your money in the bank. It just needs insurance like anything else. The only difference between the bank and a wallet is we actually have insurance in place for that. That sounds like a waste of power. Wait, what are you using to mine that, if I can ask? We've struck Cinnabar. Cinnabar? Don't think it is. It is not magma safe. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't seem worth it to me. Curse metal. Yeah, but like you're gonna just burn out your card though. I don't know. I don't really believe in using gaming PCs specifically to mine, because to me that's just, you bought a thing for a purpose. You burn it anyways. Fair enough. Yeah, that's always the issue, is you end up paying more for electricity. I see, I turned my computer off when I'm not working. I don't know. My computer's too valuable for me for that. So, because my computer's my sole source of income, right? Without my computer, I stop making money. So I need my computer. Not in your country? Well, fair enough. Yeah, here I would pay more for power. Then it would be worth it. And for reference, I do accept tips in Ethereum. If you ever want to, I'll stop being an ass for a second. All right, let's mine out some more of this. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Ah, that's fine. Do what you want to do. That being said, I do accept hint. I do accept tips in the major coins, because I don't feel like giving one up coin extra money. It even has notifications. You can set your username and everything. It's kind of cool. I don't know. To me, that's like joking about saying, so to all you Saudi princes out there. It's like the modern version of that. Look at this dwarven sonar at work. We can see trees there. I know what this ends. I'm gonna need to brew more alcohol soon. So I need to test something. This is gonna be kind of a fiery test, but I need to test it regardless. Once this down here is done, I need to take one dwarf and make them go pump that for like 2 seconds. We'll find out if that's magma safe or not. As we make too much of it, yes. I'm also bloody curious if those crypto donos notification things actually work, because no one's used it yet. That swirl is cool. Thanks. Those are bedrooms. This is the tavern. Although my favorite floor of this fort is this one. I want to do more floors like this. This one, probably. Probably either this or this, the actual entrance. Very happy with how the entrance turned out. Naturally. We make more power than we can store. Nope, it's not the standard. It's a modified one. Pretty heavily modified, actually. Only the standard sprites are the same. It's based on the original Honeystoker tile set. If you want, I don't think it's this version. It's the other one that I have. Exclamation point tile set. This one is pinned on my Discord though, because I got 2 versions of it. We make a new version, or I get my artist to make a new version of it every time there's an update. So, which means the Steam version is going to be a lot of art. Looking forward to it though. I use this one because they recognize a lot of it. You know, there's a lot of people who don't play DF that watch Krugs that are used to looking at this tile set, and it's easy on the eyes. So it just ends up being a nice, pleasant tile set. Hope their grid was powered by BC Hydro. Yeah. I mean, we got to be good at something. It's clearly not hockey, so we got to just give them a lot of power. GPU mining is pretty unprofitable. I'm amazed by how profitable that miner would be for Cooler. Yeah, I have no interest in mining myself. I'm sorry, what, Cooler? I don't know what that means. You find the graphics tile sets, I get confused on Dwarf versus everything else. So Dwarf equals sprite equal everything else. Letter is happy. Yeah, no, I tend to agree. There's a lot of really nice graphical tile sets out there that have amazing pixel art and sprite work and whatnot. But in my opinion, it is way easier to decipher a lowercase d from a lowercase c than it is to decipher between a cat sprite and a dog sprite. You know? Like, it's just small animal moving a billion miles an hour. But little c running a billion miles an hour, I know it's a c. If it's a little d running at a billion miles an hour, I know it's a dog, right? So that to me is like way easier to follow. And it's funny because like I'll run into people on a relatively frequent basis that'll be like, you're nuts with like how does that work? No, like it's so much easier to follow. You don't understand. But I don't know. People are set in their ways and they like pixels that look like cute objects. And, you know, it is what it is. Let them have it. I'm literally mining out the stones so that I can have more material for constructions because I want the yellows and the reds and the different colors. Also, we should be invading somebody because we haven't been invaded. Let's go after... don't loot other items. We're gonna pillage. Go after them, dwarves. Good luck. Yeah, same. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? You can buy the Steam release, and in the beta branch, you can switch to the classic. You'll be able to swap within the game or within a beta branch or something to the classic tile set, regardless of if you buy the Steam release. So if you buy the Steam release, you could still play Dwarf Fortress like with ASCII and everything. Like that'll be an option. So you can buy it and just not use the new graphics, which probably will be what quite a few people do. You still have no templates? Nobody has any templates, dude. Don't worry about it. I mean, we're doing mining, that's for sure. Yeah, no, I will be streaming with the Steam release graphics at least for the first 6 months to a year, probably. Although, I don't know, I'll probably do tile set showcases and other cheesy YouTuber garbage. Top 5 best tile sets to use for the Steam version of Dwarf Fort. I'm gonna have to make that video. You know I'm gonna have to make that video. Sometimes I hate myself. I'm a bad person. It's like the visual simplicity versus memory cognitive simplicity. 13. Number 13, Burger King foot lettuce. Yes, absolutely. It's harder to tell on your screen, so if your eyes are a bottleneck or if you've gotten used to quickly making correction. I mean, I'm at, actually, Infinity, it's funny that you say that because I'm at the point now with Dwarf Fortress where all tile sets just look like Dwarf Fortress. They all look the same to me. Like, within a couple of minutes, I can just, yeah, it just looks like Dwarf Fort because everything moves the same. And once you start to realize or notice the movement patterns of different types of animals in Dwarf Fort, like, very quickly you figure out just, oh, that's that. Or that's this. Just by glancing at it. It's actually kind of amazing how quickly I can adapt now to other tile sets. It's very fast. Because they all just look the same to me. All I see is dwarves. Okay, so we are pillaging. But priority number 1 is materials, currently. I don't even see the quote anymore. It's just blonde brunette, blonde redhead. I might actually be watching The Matrix tonight, so gotta prep, right? Gotta prep. Depends on if that's what my friend wants to watch or not. I've got to prep for the fourth Matrix movie coming out, naturally. So I have to watch 1, 2, 3, and 4 again this year. Maybe even the Animatrix too. I've seen the Animatrix more recently though, so. Your brain has become super trained in reading that quickly. Yes, this is true. Jump out and smack you in the face. It's brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant. Oh, hey, they're back. Oh, really? Just got there, searched, and found nothing. All right, well, I guess they're all dead. So I could attempt to invade and occupy, but eh. The Barbarity of Sorcerers. That's a good name. Normally goblins always have like of Ram Profane. Normally the goblins always just have weirdly obscene names, but just like the Barbarity of Sorcerers is such a good Civ name. That is so fucking good. The Hate of Snarls. That'll do. Don't loot other items. And pillage. I better see my tile set in the top 5 tile sets. I mean, that's, I was going to say that's going to cost you, but I generally pay you, so. Noted, Cooler. Noted. I'll make sure to include your tile set with a slight, like, I pay this guy for artwork. Also, if you like Cooler, if you like the artwork on my channel, Cooler drew all of it, more or less, except for the skulls in the emotes. Everything else Cooler did. All of the animated stuff, everything. Make it top 10 tile sets. All right. So if yours is the 6th best tile set, then I'll definitely make yours the 6th best. Actually, ironically, I'll probably say the best tile set. Like, number 1's just going to be curses. You realize this, right? Like, just to be completely clear, if I make a top 10 tile sets video, the number 1 tile set's going to be curses. Like, that, you can't fuck with the classics, man. That or like number 2 best tile set is curses and the number 1 best tile set is just the one you like the most. Square curses. I always forget that there's a not square curses. Naturally. Prismatic, naturally. As you can tell, I take top 10s lists very seriously. Top 10 DF dev blog posts? I mean, come on, number 1 would definitely be the first iteration of him talking about psychotic cats dying. What? Huh? Huh? What? Chat, I have a slight problem. The Werdeer Vanon Benjglim is fighting with the peasant Doran Loranorib. Beat the ever-living shit out of the outpost liaison. So the traders arrived and there was a Werdeer in their midst. A were-deer, not a were-panda. We have a were-panda in our walls. It's our pet. It's fine. He lives there. The dwarves showed up to trade, and a were-deer killed them. Were-deer? I don't see no deer. What deer are you talking about? Oh, deer, says the deer. Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, it killed the outpost liaison from the looks of things. And beat the shit out of a bunch of dwarves. Meaning, trading. That's gonna be, shall we say, a challenge? I suppose? Seems like there's some problems at the mountain home, is all I'm trying to say. You get all their stuff? You don't even need everyone to die. You just need the wagons to die. Hobbermellow ED, thanks for the raid. What are you playing? Were you playing Dwarfs? Hold on. Were you? I don't know. Maybe. Hello. Anyway, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream. What were you playing, if I can ask? Nothing is simple in the mountain home. Yeah, no, you only need to kill the wagons. So if you can break the wagons, then they will drop their stuff. It's not an if all of them die. We had a strong positional advantage in the attack. Good stuff. And we got 13 beak dogs and 4 more beak dogs. 999 what? Holy hell, what? That's a lot of beak dogs. Oh, and numbers. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Let's just get those corpses dealt with. Someone had to. Fortress is going pretty well. We just had a trade caravan get, from what I can tell, killed by a were-deer. The dwarves arrived to trade, and the outpost liaison is dead. Yeah, they got were-deered. Which means trading with the mountain home is going to be fun next season. One could say. What are you doing? But thanks for the raid. What were you playing, if I can ask? What were you streaming? And how was the stream? Is this a volcano fortress? No. So this is, it's a haunted jungle, although it's not that haunted. It's very minorly haunted, disappointingly. And we've got this big old tower that we're building. Because, you know, we definitely are not a necromancer tower. This is going to get filled up with lava. And we have this musical-looking water gurgler defensive structure. Traps Forgotten Beast to act as a toy flamethrower, drainage units. And this is the fortress itself. Very bustling, busy place of industry. And it goes down to here, which is our tavern where all the beds are, and our temples, which is the orange thing. And the fortress goes all the way down through here, till eventually it hits the magma sea, where we are going to be pumping lava from. And actually, I can test something. I need to find out if this is actually magma safe, so I need someone to go use that once there's masonry jobs free. But yeah, we're doing a whole lot of mining and digging out materials, and it's been a good fort. This fort's for Halloween, so the goal is to make it into a necromancer tower by the end. So I have until Halloween, basically. I might end up doing like a whole week of it the last week, but yeah, we want to take over as much stuff as possible and slowly go evil. Sea of Thieves, gotcha. Hope you had fun with Sea of Thieves. Seas of Thieving. Seas of Thievesing. Read about the Dark Fortress. I read that as Dark Forces. I'm very disappointed it's called the Dark Fortress, not the Dark Forces. Such disappointment. Much sadness. Ah, sad. Holy beak dog dinner. Look at all these delicious beak dogs for dinner. I'm also eat a goat kid. For the heck of it. Delicious, delicious beak dog dinner. I'll bet you beak dog legs would be pretty good fried. Just gonna throw that out there. It's like a giant turkey leg. Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned giant turkey leg? Oh, also, to those of you who like ASCII and roguelikes, big sale going on Steam right now for the roguelike celebration. Just saying. Bunch of interesting games there that I kind of would like to buy. Because there's a few in there that I've never actually seen before, now that I'm looking at them. This one just needs to go on my wish list. Also, there's plenty of things that aren't actual roguelikes, which I can ignore. But neat games with procedural generation is always interesting. Speaking of games I need to get back into, I need to get back into Golden Krone Hotel. Because Golden Krone Hotel got an update recently. Based on a bunch of my feedback, apparently. To the point where the dev sent me a DM and said, I pushed an update that includes a lot of your feedback. Which I think is interesting. I think that they're putting too much value on my feedback, but gotta take a look at it again. All right. Oh, shit. The Crystalline Hall now has many members and requires a guild hall. Dwarf's Guild. How did I not get that previously? Alright, so this can be a Dwarf's Guild. Feedback, it's all your fault. Feedback, player, you suck. So if there's bad changes made to that game, it's my fault. And I apologize. Muchos apologies. And we'll do engravings all the way along the walls. Or along some of the walls. Let's see where they come out value-wise by the end. The crafts dwarves have unionized! Yeah! That was still some of my favorite silly Dwarf Fortress articles ever. Was the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress are unionizing? Not only do they not have functional currency, but they also have unions. Dwarf Fortress is radical communism. Oh, damn. There we go. It's already satisfied. Yeah, that's the term that people use. Cooler. That is indeed the term that people use. As hilarious as it might be. All right. Just going to let all of the dwarves work on that stuff. Need more masons. Let's get the military training again, or keep them training. Cool. You got a steel spear. They should be satisfied. Oh, there it is. The agreement with the guild hall, the crystalline hall has been satisfied. Perfect. They are satisfied. Let's make a bunch of wooden barrels, because we need them. That's not actually what I wanted to do. All right, chat. Well, we've played about 6.5 hours of this fort. No. 6 hours of this fort. I think it's time for me to give you guys a chance to watch these dwarves run around, and I'm going to go get my food because it's 4 p.m. and I'm hungry. Recover wounded? What wounded? Why is there wounded? It was a child? No? Alright, you guys follow this sus as fuck child. I will be back in a couple minutes. Do me a huge favor and keep an eye on this kid. I don't think they got aware deerified, but who knows? Anyways, you guys watch this sus child. I'm gonna go get me my lunch. I'm gonna go eat a sandwich real quick. I will be back in a couple of minutes. If I could get a round of beers in the chat, that'd be rad. And then we'll do a little bit more of this, and then we'll be swapping over to the Rift Breaker. And go make trees go by hitting hammer on the ground. Very satisfying. Back in 5. A beer keg twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow colors. You will know why you fear the pub? I'm trying to think how that wording would work, but we'll workshop it. I'm sure that the where beer is possible. Sandwich has been consumed. Also, why is game pause? Oh, a dwarf has been taken by a Famood. An armorer has been taken by a Famood. You don't say. Exciting. I have returned from my sandwich antics. That's adamantine. An armorer claims a metalsmith's forge and grabs adamantine. Any bets on what it's going to be, chat? Any bets or assumptions? The werebeer is sloshing. Is frothing. A glove? An armor stand? Yeah. I mean, I'd be okay with that. It's gonna be valuable, whatever it is. It's gonna be valuable. Where are you going? Where are you going for? Awfully long way to walk. For a piece of wood, I think. Yep. Piece of wood. Piece of wood that do be. Got it. It's not the most direct route, but hey, who am I to judge? Who am I to make fun of somebody taking the long route? It always ends up being a goblet or something. Depends on what skill they have is best. If they're very skilled in metal crafting, yeah, it's gonna be disappointing. If they're skilled in other forms of metalworking, it could be more interesting. It spoke to him, you know. That log in particular spoke to the dwarf, so the dwarf needed that one log. That was just unavoidable. It had to be that log. No other log could possibly work. Huh. There's a post on the DF subreddit about how apparently they have a biome that's hot enough to boil dwarves' blood. I thought it couldn't do that by default unless you fucked with World Gen. Default World Gen wasn't hot enough to actually boil their blood. All right, so what all did you grab? Mangowood logs, river cells, gizzard stones, beak dog bone, olm leather, black pyrops, rubicells, and adamantine wafers. All right. Thank you, Ara. Do you like the constructions that we've done with the place? I mean, still got ways to go. Should probably open this back up and pull the lever. Get this opened up. Get those finished up. Good luck with that little investment there, Chillis. All right. Now we wait. Bonk. So we can now go out here and make this. Let's make some catapult parts. So I have to have somebody who's got siege engineering on them somewhere in the fort. Fortunately, no vampires so far in this fort. Considering we have 123 dwarves. I was kind of expecting to run into one by now, but I don't mind not. It's pleasant to not run into vampires. But I hope you're doing well today, Ara. Plenty of were creatures, yes. Plenty of were creatures have shown up. None of them have actually penetrated the fortress barriers, though. Except for one. That's actually not totally true. This guy, who got stuck in one of my cage traps on his escape. And I thought it would be fun to just capture him and put him in a box. So we have one were panda that is a goblin by day and a were panda once a month for a couple hours. Well, there's a Smexy vampire in the basement, and everybody's afraid of that. But, you know, it's fine. They exist. What's up, Smexy? Those things. Did you come in with Bellinar earlier? But there are no dwarven vampires that have immigrated into this fortress that I'm aware of. Just going to select a random dwarf in the military. Only two of them are depressed. Stinthad and this person. You really want to practice a craft. You hate your job. All right, fine. Fine, I'll remove you from your squad. Can I give you a new job? Yeah, we'll give you crafts. Give you stone crafting, and I'll give you the ever-needed masonry. Go and practice a craft, dwarf. Live a better life. Well, that's pretty badass. Avuz Isnish, the armorer, has created Zulden Delur, an adamantine helm, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 873,600 Zethal. This is an adamantine helm. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round hornblende cabochons and point-cut rubicelles, and encircled with bands of round rubicelle cabochons, olm leather, beak dog bone, and mango wood. On the item is an image of a whipvine in adamantine. On the item is an image of the unswerving razor, the raw adamantine crown in black pyrope, which was made today. And I'm going to appoint this to one of my dwarves. I think our militia commander. We'll give it to Hammer. That's what we'll do. Specific helm. That one. So Hammer can go equip that. Let's just make sure that you get it. You shot Hammer. The dwarf. Good dwarf. Read the last word story. Let's see if there's much to read. There might not be too much to read, unfortunately. Quick check. Go add more words to word story, because I only have a few sentences to read. This string isn't circular at all. Suspicious turkey breasts sold at stupid prices. Eggs can't sustain nutrition. More numbers, please. Okay, well. moving forward. But yeah, no, I'm totally okay with that. That is a hell of a helm. Hell of a helm. Hell of a helm. Also, we get a legendary armorer out of it. So totally okay with everything that just happened there. Hell of a thing to get. Alrighty, chat. So this has been a good chunk of time spent in this fort. We've produced a lot of materials for our pump stack that we need to pump lava to the surface. We've trained a lot of military, we've done a lot of raiding, and we doubled the population practically. Almost. Well, added a third to the population. We're not at war with the mountain home, but we might be soon if... Oh, no, never mind. We are actually at... Nope, never mind. We're not at war. For some reason, I always think that we're the one on the bottom. But no, we're not at war with the mountain home, even though wagons just got destroyed by one of their own. So that's fortunate. And we're slowly building out the fortress. We're going to desperately need some clothing. We've mined out a bunch of magma-safe materials, and we are starting to make those into blocks so that we can continue building. The Reigns of Terror has been a success so far. But that is it for Dwarfs for today. That doesn't mean I'm leaving. I'm sticking around. If you want more Dwarfs, if you go to this YouTube channel here and scroll up, you'll find all of the VODs for this particular fortress, as well as everything else that I've put up. The last Reigns of Terror VOD went up on the 10th, so 6 days ago. So they're pretty recent. Today was day 7. That was day 6, so you can go find that there. If you want to support the Dwarf stuff I do directly, I have a Patreon. If you throw money at that, I can make Cooler draw more art for me, and then you make 2 people happy.